Vixperation. Opex. Quarterly Opex. Vixperation. Yeah, we got that. And then we got Juneteenth, baby. Juneteenth. Time for solemn remembrance and celebration. And we can be better as a country, can't we? Good morning out there. You know, I prefer all those Nazis and Confederates to keep their own flags. If you fight the good fight out there, you should be owning the American flag. Don't let them hide behind our flag. Juneteenth, baby. How are y'all doing out there? Good to see you all this morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Are we going to do this today or what? Where are we going, baby? We going up? Woo! Good morning out there. How y'all doing this morning? Looks like we got some Algo buying just at the nick of time this morning, right? Good morning. How are y'all doing? So we have a short week. It's gonna be a slow one today. It's on autopilot. I assure you of that. Tomorrow the market is closed. Then we've got one more day on Thursday. I'm going to assume that most of Wall Street is just partying out in the Hamptons. I saw Citrini this morning, made a post about that. So just be aware of that today. It should be the market's basically on autopilot. Park the bus, right? It's not our market. It's their market, all that kind of stuff. I want you to pay attention to, I spoke in the brief last night about quarterly trades, right? You've got monthly trades. Matter of fact, the JHQ, the JPM caller, there's three of them. There's two are smaller than the third, but people make plans by quarter or by year, by half year, by quarter, by month. David AMS, you guys talk to him a lot, right, in the Discord. He talks about time frames, right? How the market trades on time frames. So you have the year time frame, right? You got 6 months, 3 months, a month, a week, a day, an hour, half an hour. You always hear us talking about time frames, right? What are they doing on the half an hour, on the hour? And so we're on a quarterly Opex, right? And so those trades also align with dealers, right? That delta hedge those trades, print those trades worthless, that kind of stuff. So there's ways to manipulate the market on different time frames. But as we come into these key moments, the market tends to get parked. It's the easiest way to say it. And sometimes you want to either get out of the way, sit on your hands, sit back, relax. Or you're trying to guess where they're going to park it. You're not really going to influence it. Sometimes you let people say, like, we're going to crash it today. We're going to do this today. We're going to do that today. And days like today, days like Friday, that's not going to happen. The market is pre-planned and where it's going, due to the gamuts in the market. And this morning in particular, or last night of the close, Under normal circumstances, I would say to you, we would be consolidating for a bunch of days. Yesterday's pullback, or when we hit the PT1, I was like, "Yeah, we're gonna pull back maybe $1 or $2, $3," and there was no time for that, was there? It was like, boom, we're hitting it. Boom, now we're going up. Boom, we're gonna go up there. We're gonna go up there. We're gonna go up there. And what's happening this morning? Even with retail sales being light, it didn't fucking matter, did it? There's a magnet on the market to park the bus where we are going. And so currently we're trading 548.05, attacking the previous high from yesterday's close, right? I mean, literally. There are times in the market where the banks are doing things. There's times in the market when the banks are not doing things. There's times in the market where hedge funds are doing things, or nobody's doing anything, or retail's doing stuff when nobody else is doing stuff. You can impact and influence dealers, right, when nobody's doing anything. If the banks are doing something, they run over the dealers, don't they? We have real money selling, real money buying. That can amplify moves too, right? Okay, so anyways, let's get right into it really quick here. So we're gonna go right over here, quickly here, and look at this right here. Look at this buy program right now. If you were watching Bookmap this morning, it was really bizarre, and you can just see the buy program right there, right now. It's just a buy program. So Autobots are on, and I want to show you this. This is an hour chart right here. And you're watching them buy the half an hour trigger to get that upside move. There's that 550, right? I don't even know if we pull back to jump up here to trade that 552. We could literally today just grind straight up. Now, we do have two catalysts for selling today. We've got not retail sales. We've got at 1 p.m. we have 20-year bond auction, and then there's a little bit of haze in when GDP now comes out. We also had the inflation report that was like 5 a.m. this morning, the Euro inflation report that already came out that didn't do anything. I would just pay attention to those events. I can't ascribe that we're going to roll during that time period. I'm just looking for events to see if we do sell. We're compressed this week with Juneteenth and what takes place and happens. We saw it in yesterday's price action. Everything's just really fast. Pullbacks, there ain't no time for that. So today we'll see this morning if they run it up and then they start blasting it down on any of these events, right? They just start speeding up the week. And if we were not closed on Wednesday, I would have expected a roll today. I would have expected the close yesterday, sideways and down, into roughly Wednesday at 3:30 in the afternoon, exactly. Right around 3:30 in the afternoon on, was it? No. Sorry, let me think about that right. I think it was exactly on Wednesday or Thursday. I can't recall at this time, but either Wednesday or Thursday, and then that's when you see that steel, the DivX, steel DivX trade that pops up right before the close. Now for this week, we ain't got no time. We ain't got no time to get that magnet up there. So my suspicion here is that they run it up on that, and maybe we see that one brief moment of stealing DivX, or maybe they just pass on it this year. There was a thought on that too. They just pass on it. I do know one thing. I'm going to give a shout out to Volatility Wiz because Thursday expiry options only came out 2 weeks ago, I think, 3 weeks ago. So he warned people. He said, do not sell calls into this Thursday's expiry. So if you're short calls, good luck to you into this Thursday. So the only other thing I would say here today or tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but into Thursday would be from this point forward, if we do at any point lose the 1 in 5 minute trigger and we capture a bear plane, right? That's where the 1 minute crosses below the 5 minute trigger, price is underneath, catches a new low, that whole trade, right? And we begin to back test an hourly trigger, I might be hands off if I was a bull trying to time that. I would let price touch that hourly trigger because there might be a moment, there might be an unclench, just a chance at an unclench for half an hour, 1.5 hour period, either today, Thursday, or Friday. So if there's any chance of that happening, it would be on a back test of the hourly trigger. So we'll look for it. If it happens, if we turn around at some point, we hit that hourly trigger, we'll sit there. We're not gonna buy it. We're just gonna sit back and see if it blasts straight through and we bloodbath, half a percentage point or something like that. Now, otherwise, you might be trading today. There ain't nobody else trading today. Nobody's trading. I just want you to know that. You might be, but the rest of the market is on vacation. Just be aware of that as the rest of the day progresses, and even Thursday and Friday could be a lot of robot trading going on that disregards rules that tend to work most of the time. Gamma is one of them. This is a good point right now. Right there, this is going against anything the Gamma Bros are talking about today, isn't it? If you're a Gamma Bro, you probably know that right now watching this price action right here. Okay. What are we doing here? Here's a 1 minute basis right here. We're going to get rid of all this crap. No. Hold on. Let's get rid of all this right here. Hold on here. We can just leave that on if you want. We could actually just leave it on. Let's just see what happens here. We got this right here. That little saucy bad boy right there. We got this one right here. Can we break? Oh, we got a new high. We got a high tick right there. We did get the high tick on that one. Yeah, we got the high tick. We'll see what comes next. Do another little piece de resistance right here. Put that one up there for shits and giggles. See if they beat this one. If they do, it'll be a new high. Let's leave that one up right there. Yeah, we got a high tick right there, by the way, just a heads up. This would be all-time high, this 548.52. We'll see if we catch that, too. What else we got here this morning? We got to talk about GameStop. We have to talk about GameStop. I meant to bring it up yesterday and did not. Let's look at that right now. Let's do a GameStop update. Let me say something on Twitter. Apologize. I wanted to review it yesterday, and I really apologize that I did not. And then I did see the chatter quiet down. I know that a lot of you out there are really wrapped into GME. When I was wrapped into a stonk, any stonk, even GME, I always liked having like an objective outside opinion on it, because I would get lost in the discussion, right? You don't know which way is up. It's like when you're if you guys ever been swimming or diving. You want to know which way is up sometimes, and it's too dark. Not necessarily that's a bad thing, but you just want to know, get an outside opinion that's not so fuck this and fuck them, or they're the best, like the aggressive opinions that you find, right? Emotionally charged opinions on tickers. So we'll talk about GME really quick. We'll just switch over there right now and get going with it. So, bottom right-hand side chart, GME. Oh boy, it's a doozy. I did read Ryan Cohen's message to the board and to shareholders. What's my takeaway from that? Not much. I understand the corporate lingo of, we got to do this, we want to do that, we're going to do that, this and that, right? Then that's what it was. It was a boilerplate message. GME does need a spark. I like the idea of consolidating stores, selling higher priced products. I'm still kind of scratching my head here, though, as to why or how hard it could be to entertain some kind of a transformation of who they are. The name is well known. It's well loved. We know the video game industry is changing all the time, right? We know that the model for GME it won't last. It might. You might think that it will, but it needs to rise like a phoenix. It really does. For continued growth in the future and stuff like that. It's not going to live off of what they're doing right now. It really isn't. And $2 billion in cash, $4 billion in cash, $7 billion in cash, however you're counting it out there. I've seen numbers thrown around like wild. It really needs to transform and find its thing. And I don't know why they haven't been able to do that yet. I'll be honest. That's an issue for me. That there's smart people out there that probably have a decent plan for what they should be doing. And I would like to see them do that as well, personally. I'd like to see them, you know what I would do is I'd probably have like a room full of kids that are not 10 years old or 10 years old or younger and ask them what their thoughts are. They're probably the smartest ones in the room when it comes to stuff like that. And I think some of you have made suggestions, and I've liked those as well over time. And they're beloved. GameStop is beloved. It was beloved when I was growing up too. So I'd really like to see them make that jump at some point, and not just become a memory from the past. And you know what I would relate it to is Pizza Hut. They just closed 160 or I think 160, 150 Pizza Huts in Europe. I think yesterday or the past week. Pizza Hut was the spot. When I was a kid, Pizza Hut was the spot. You'd go to school. It'd say, if you read so many books, we'll give you a free pizza. And then we'd tell my mom and dad, hey, we read a book. We got a free pizza. Can we go to Pizza Hut? Place was packed. I mean, packed. Wall to wall families, kids, getting free personal pan pizzas. They were pouring beer, and they had a salad bar. And it was a cultural phenomenon. And kids make those cultural phenomenons. That is why we're here right now with GME. Nostalgia from people that like GameStop. And they have a good business, right? Profitable business. And they have a lot of cash on hand. And, they could be great in the future. So I don't want them to go to the wayside either. I don't. I don't know if they can remain viable, but they need to. And I don't know if it's the way that they're discussing right now. Now, all of that on the side there, out of the way, we're going to look at some high-level stuff here, okay? So, on a daily basis, we've got the big squeeze back here, right? 2021, woo, consolidate down. Gorgeous bull flag. And what do? We slam right into, hold on one second here. We slam right into their 6-month trigger. And we squeeze. Right straight down, bam, squeeze up. Anyone out there that tells you, any hedge fund, any bank, any short operation, any of those people that tell you that that was not going to happen, they're lying to you or they suck. We saw it coming. James Rowland saw it coming. Roaring Kitty, 2 weeks. I think James, I asked and someone said James had already been talking about it. And someone had asked me and I was like, oh, something big's coming. I don't know what it is. Either bankruptcy or big news. They're going to have an event. Something's going to happen. 2 weeks later, Roaring Kitty was out there on FinTwit and on YouTube. So this was known to happen, expected to happen. And you can see it right here, right? Nice big squeeze, right? So, and I'm gonna show you how you can see that happening, but I'll show you how you can see that happening here in just a moment. But this daily trigger came down and was racing back up. You can see it right here. I'll show it to you. This daily trigger right here was crossing up, came down and was swinging high. And right here, as you saw this moving up, and not only that, the velocity was there. So right in here, you start seeing this daily velocity aligning, this weekly velocity having new highs, a low being formed in monthly velocity, and then the accumulation right here is happening on a quarterly basis. And you can begin to see it, right? It's starting to ramp to the upside on much higher time frames. So that's positive for GME. This applies to for bottoms in the stock market. And on the other side of things, it applies to the stock market finding tops. How do you call a market crash or a major top in the market? How do you call a bear market before it happens? The same process on the other side. So things look great right now for GME. They look great. They look unbelievable. They look wonderful. And are we trading right now $9.92? No, we aren't, are we? So things are positive right now for GME, right? They had a bottom down here of $10. No, GME is not going to zero. I'm sorry, it's not. If you think it's going to zero, you can eat my dick. That ain't happening. Now, on a 30-minute basis, this is the intraday, intra-week, intra-month trading. Let's take a look and see what this is saying to us here, okay? Currently, we're trading below the daily trigger. Let's take a peek at Velo for this as well. And there is some negativity here. And I want to show you this. So we have this nice little peak right here, right? And I want to show you this really, I want you to pay attention to this closely here, okay? Stick with me here in this. So you see this low down here, right? Whoop. We go up. And you see this low right here in daily Velo. And then we go up, right? Had a nice little high series of lower highs. And we're likely going to go down on daily velocity. Okay? Then we're going to come back up again. Now, price right now on GME is high, isn't it? I don't see us going down here to $7 again, or $8 or $9. But we're going to cool it off a little bit, right? Momentum, thrust, right? A lot of hard work. Then you come back down, you do it again, right? You do it again, right? On hourly velocity. On hourly velocity down here, we're about to peak out on a bottom, on a downside on hourly velocity. That's like on a daily basis, we could start to get bullish again, right? So we're just looking for the bottom of hourly velo down here. Just want to see some higher lows in hourly velocity, okay? So that we can get a little squeeze at some point. Make sense? A little squeeze on an intraday basis. So you likely have a squeeze ahead, but we might likely also have some more downside to come. on GME overall. So some squeezes still ahead. Right? Some squeezes still ahead. And I told you this on I told you this on Twitter. I told you this on Twitter, I think 2 weeks ago. I said, you're going to get a cross of the weekly trigger. You're going to get a cross of the weekly trigger. You got your cross of your daily trigger up here. And now you're getting your cross of your weekly trigger up here, okay? And if this weekly trigger crosses this monthly trigger, right, and you got a little bit of weakness coming up, all right, let me draw that better for you. You get this cross, and I said to you, next 4 or 5 weeks when this weekly trigger comes to cross, it comes calling up here in this monthly trigger, price is going to be like a magnet down here. It's going to want to come down here and just make sure that the way is higher. Okay? And I think that the way is higher. We ain't done. We ain't done going up. Now, if we were to break through this and start to reject here and catch a new low, I would be willing to say, yeah, you know what? Maybe I was wrong and we're going to go down. But we ain't here yet, are we? This price action ain't going on yet. Right? So we're not going to predict that, are we? Hell no. Hell no. But if we were to come down a little bit, generally speaking overall, I'd be looking for that test at some point down here for that move higher. Let me draw that in a little bit better here. You know, you're gonna have ups and downs a long way, but on a high level, right? On a high level, I want that $100. I do. I want that $100. Some of you might be saying, oh, you got watch out, you got a double top coming up right now in SPY. You got that one. You're probably going to be saying, no, Cap, that's not going to happen. But I'll tell you what, you need momentum to break out above. You need momentum to help you to get that $100. You might be like, Cap, top's $56, bro. But I'll tell you what, when you start to get that Momo, right, you start to get that weekly cross above, that actually gives you the strength you need to have the breakout to $100 and turning around. This is not bearish. I'm sorry to say it to you. This is not bearish. This is bullish. This is trending higher. Plain as day. Plain as day. We haven't reversed. We haven't lost the weekly. We haven't lost the monthly. We haven't lost the daily. We haven't gotten underneath here yet. None of that has happened. None of that has happened. And there might be some of you out there that are saying, well, Cap, if price gets underneath the daily trigger, right, daily trigger is going to come down and blast us straight down. We're going to go down to the depths of hell. That has not happened yet. Price loves to go back and check to make sure the way is higher. More buyers, more sellers. What do we got? So as this thing crosses up here, I'm going to be looking for a dip buy down below at $20. Right around there, $20. That's where you put the risk on. So you put the risk on for that trade. If it goes against you, put some stops on it. No big deal. No big deal. Put the risk on for the upside move. Put some stops underneath it. No big deal. But if this thing if price holds this weekly cross of the monthly trigger, you guys want to see what happens when that happens? Do you want me to show you what happens when that happens? I'll show you right now. You want to see what happens when the weekly crosses the monthly? We can check other tickers. If you want to see it and see what price holds, matter of fact, you guys got the triggers. Go find out. Pick your favorite ticker. Any ticker. I don't care which ticker it is. You can check GME. If price holds I want you to go find your best friend out there. I'm never going to show you. I'm not even going to do the work for you, make you do the work. It's simple work. I'm going to show you. I want you to find your best friend out there if you're a GME bull and say, can you please show me what happens when the weekly trigger crosses the monthly trigger? Write this down. When the weekly trigger crosses the monthly trigger, if price holds, what has happened to that ticker every fucking time? Every fucking time, what happens? And it fucking moons. So, if you're a GME bull, you just keep checking in. You find your happy spot down here. If it's right where we are at 23.68, you're like, fuck it, Cap, I don't care about $4. Or you buy 24, or not you, I buy 24, I buy 20. My right now today, as of today, 1768 would be my stop. And that would only be my stop if we rejected it. Like we blood down there, I would need to see a rejection and a new low for me to even be, yeah, I'm that bearish. So right around $20. Right around there. Right around $20. You ain't done down here if you're a bull. I'm telling you. That weekly trigger and that Momo from underneath that I showed you, right? That momentum on a quarterly basis, that momentum on a monthly basis, that don't fuck around with that shit. You let the hedge funds fuck around with that shit. You listen to me closely. You let those fucking guys out there do that bullshit. Take their fucking money. Fuck hedge funds. If you're a hedge fund out there listening right now, fuck you. You got contempt for retail? I got more fucking contempt for you than you would ever imagine. I will fucking out-trade your ass all fucking day long. Seriously. Bring me into your office. You put me in front of your best fucking trader in your office. I'll trade right next to him. They can get fucked. I'm serious. So let them do what they do. You know they have full contempt for you, right? Do you have any idea out there how much contempt they have for you? You have no idea. You have no idea how much shit talking they do about you. When they say dumb retail, they fucking mean it. So I'm telling you, let them do whatever the fuck they want. You want to bankrupt them? Bankrupt them. If they were all holier than fucking thou, I wouldn't be feeling like that or thinking that shit. But they're not. They're not. They get caught all the time. They run their bullshit everywhere, right? Telling you why they should short this and that in the dumpster. And in fact, that's all bullshit. It's all about greed and money. Trying to fucking stand on an altar saying how good they are, how they're good for the market. In thesis and theory, they are good for the market. But that's not what they do. That's not what they do. They fucking short good companies into the fucking dumpster that they shouldn't be. They fucking manipulate the market like they fucking shouldn't be. And then you find out that they're buying fucking 0-8 puts. They don't even structure fucking trades that are complex. They say you're stupid. Fuck no. They got money and leverage over you. They do simple, stupid shit to make money. They're looking in the fucking mirror when they show contempt for you. That's what they're doing. Their fucking mind, that's what they're doing in their mind, okay? They're the fucking monsters, trust me. Greed, power, money. So yeah, fuck those guys. Straight up fuck them. So right around here, around $20, as that weekly trigger comes up and they think they're the smartest motherfucker in the room, you got momentum on your side. And momentum, right, is like a fucking baseball bat. And it'll smash the fuck out of anything they're talking about. They can spin whatever they want. You got a giant fucking bat and you're going to smash them. And it's right down here like a shark waiting for them. You understand? And that's fucking fact. I don't give a fuck about your fundamentals. I don't give a fuck about your fucking Greeks. I don't give a fuck about your fundamentals, your fucking technicals, your fucking why it should go bankrupt. I don't give a fuck. Momentum's coming for your ass, and it's going to rip your fucking face off. So use it to your advantage if you're a retail trader. You got it in front of you. You know where it's coming from. You know it's there. And they're never going to tell you that it's there. It's right fucking there coming for them. It's coming up right from the depths of goddamn hell. Big fat shark. Ready to dine on rich, smart, powerful guys that went to finance school and worked on Wall Street, baby. And I can't wait for it. I love bankrupting them. Let's do it. I want to rip every dollar out of their hands. I don't want them going on vacation. I don't want them drinking champagne and snorting cocaine and getting hookers. I want you getting the cocaine, the hookers, and the champagne. I want you taking your hand, right? Walking up behind some fat ass from a hedge fund, right? In his fucking palatial mansion in Miami and slipping your fucking hand down their pocket and steal every fucking dollar out of it without him seeing it. Take all their money. I got no sympathy for those people. I got zero. This is war. This is war. You are a retail trader. That's what you are. They pit you against each other. You guys out there got to understand that nobody gives a fuck about you. They want your money under management. They want to collect fees. They want to sound smart. They want the rules in their favor. They want the fucking election in their favor. They want gridlock in D.C. They want to fuck you all day long. They do not care about you any way possible. So when you're out there fighting with each other as retailers, fuck that noise. You gotta, I'm telling you something, like, this is real life. This is real fucking life. And they got no qualms breaking your ass or fucking you over or whatever. They're never going to tell you the truth, ever. There's a few of them out there that do. You got guys like Andy Constant, you got Gem, you got Jedi, you got Vol Wiz. They took a shine to you. Professionals that took a shine to you. You can trust those guys. They do. They are there for you. But most of the fucking rest of them, 99.9% of them, pure contempt. It's a better word for it. Contempt. You ever have contempt for somebody in life? It's like one of the worst things that someone could have for you. You're 1,000% dismissed. You know what that is, right? When you have contempt for somebody, you don't even fight with them. You just say, fuck that guy. I'm going to smoke that guy. So if they're going to have that kind of contempt for you, take all their money. Take it all. Take every last goddamn dollar. Bankrupt them. So up is the way. 20 bucks. Do I think we get to 20 bucks? I don't know. The daily velocity looks like we might. Daily velocity is showing some weakness. You might get some squeezing as we go down there. But ultimately, the way is higher. And I'm hoping that Ryan Cohen can come up with something. You get all those billions of dollars. Don't do the life support. I bet you, right? I would bet you that GME gang would rather GME take a swing at improving their business and declare bankruptcy than just burn cash. Wait it out, consolidate down, less stores, better products. I think the apes have been here long enough that they want something. They would prefer to get a bankruptcy, taking a shot at a rebirth, rising phoenix business plan, even if it were to fail. I would bet you that if they took a swing for the fence, if GME took a swing for the fence, right, all these apes would support it. They would go out there and they'd buy all of it. I think you could probably trigger a movement from apes that are blown out at this point, where they would be re-energized for this company. So I wish them the best. I wish GME that they have one morning have a surprise announcement, just some kick-ass surprise announcement. Hey, we did this or we did that, and we're ready to rock. And watch that fucking stock just go fucking full moon. And no, that's the real MOAS. Real MOAS is they come out with a plan, a real plan, something really fucking awesome. All right, so anyways, that's what I got for you on GME. No, it's not over. You got a little bit of weakness coming from daily velocity, hourly velocity intraday. You probably get a squeeze here and there. You want to be watching very closely this weekly trigger, and go find somebody with triggers and velo and say, can you show me some examples of what happens if price holds on a weekly crossing the monthly trigger? And you come back and report back to me what they tell you, because it's going to go fucking moonshot. All right, let's go back to the regular stuff. Now I pissed off half the stream because I know our chat is really good, right? Because we got people in here that like GME, people that don't like GME. We got people that like Tesla, that hate Tesla. But I got to give it to you as the chat. If you're in the chat right now, I got to give you some credit. Thank you for, even though you may disagree with this stuff sometimes, I want to say thank you for your patience with each other. You guys are retailers. You can disagree, but remember that you're on the same fucking team. You got enough people against you out there. And I appreciate that this chat, generally speaking, treats each other well, even when they disagree on these hot, emotional, sensitive subjects. So I appreciate that. All right, hold on here. I mean, seriously. I guarantee there's a hedge fund out there that's got a room full of fucking bros with pop collars, and they're like, fuck these retail traders. So you know what? Fuck them too. I'm here to fucking win. Are you? Are you all here to win or no? Hold on a second. I got to do something in the background here. Put it on subscribers. I'll leave the chat open today, but you got to subscribe. It's free. You just click the subscribe button. You can chat on YouTube. Help a fella out. Hold on a second here. All right, so that get you fired up enough for today? We go to war today? There is one other cool thing right now. Do you guys? I'm assuming if you're an ape or a GME guy, you know that GME created a study of GME for meme baskets, where you short it the entire month or quarter, and then they let off all of these shorts for brief windows. They're probably going to claim that when it rips the next time. We're just getting reset for the next quarter, boss. All right, hold on one second here. Okay, so SPOOs parked the bus sideways. You've got two volatility events this morning, or this morning and afternoon. I think at 1 p.m. you got a 20-year bond auction, and then at 10 or between 10 and 1 p.m. GDP now. Other than that, are we murdering the VIX yet? I'd like to see the VIX get murdered. Another note, I would not be long between June 21st and June 26th. Personally. Yeah, I got that right. I would be long, though, between June 26th and July 19th. And you got one more date of vol in there. You got July 9th. Put that on your calendar. Jerome Powell announced, I think, yesterday something about a Senate hearing on July 9th. Rebalancing. I brought up Winky in the brief last night. Winky's been highlighting all week in chat trades that are printing right now on the upside and downside for him, right? Hey, you notice this one's at a bottom, you notice this one's at a top, or I'm making bank on a call, I'm making bank on a put. Pay close attention to the rebalancing that takes place into end of quarter. Now, there's some bigger rules to this. Sometimes you'll see multi-quarter down moves for tickers or indexes. I would be paying close attention to, if you're looking to get long on something, has it been down for multiple quarters? Sometimes you get like not just one quarter, like the averages. You'll get like 2 or 3 quarters. If you see something's been going down for like multiple quarters, take a peek and see if they're at a major bottom. If you're going to rotate or rebalance your portfolio into something. Another thing, too, would be to be looking at ER season and people setting up for it in the future for this upcoming ER season. Tickers that may have sold down or are on a high and they're going into the next ER season and they start wanting to sell down into their next ER season. Let me have one more question for you guys. Do you think that if Nvda were to begin a trip lower, would it be at the start of this quarter? Some kind of rotation maybe into other blue chips. I don't know if it is this quarter or not, but I was thinking about it yesterday, but I haven't deep dived it yet. I got to check what their closing price is on their split. Are they up 25, 35% yet or not? But I haven't done all that deep diving yet. I was going to do that in the coming week or so. Start looking at some of these tickers. Yeah, CCL's sketchy to me, Winky. I want to see if that squeeze is short-lived or not. I'm watching it too, bro. I'm watching it in the background. I'm watching it too. I'm suspect. I got some like from now into mid 2026, I'm watching like Winky. I mean, what I'm doing, man. I'm just waiting. The time is running out, so like between now and mid 2026, I'm fucking watching for one of these fucking companies to start kicking a can, going, I declare bankruptcy, right? Pizza Hut, fucking McDonald's, fucking Carnival, Tesla. I mean, I don't know who it is. It could be anybody. It's usually your favorite company, right? Walmart one day is just like boom, bankruptcy. We need $1 trillion to stay afloat next week. And you're like, what the fuck is this? All right. Hold on. So I got some allergies going on here. High tick right here. A little bit of a double top going on right now. They're really trying here to sell. Look at them. Sell. Seller rage. Don't want the market going up. Revenge bombing. Put a short on. Come back on Monday. Oh, God. I got like allergy heaven here. Remember what I told you about the crossing, right? Be careful of crosses. Be careful of a trade down to the hourly trigger being lost, like straight bloodbath. What else? There's definitely someone in puts right now pissed off. Like, please just drop it. Please just drop it. Please just drop it. Just let me get out of my shorts and puts, please. You probably got people out there saying shit like, oh, I took the short right here, boss, and I sold it right here. I'm flat right now. All right. Okay, so thesis still to the upside. Thesis, we're gonna trade 550. Right around, yeah, 550, maybe 5. Let's check the let's check this really quick. Hold on here. Let's check and see if we're gonna roll here. Pivots. Let's just check and make sure we're not gonna roll here. Our 1, our 2, our 3. Let's see where our targets are today. Bam, 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 bam. Daily. We got R1s at 549.88. R2s at 552.67. R3s at 556.81. 560 and 565. No fucking way that's happening. No fucking way. Pivot point is at 545.75. Hourly trigger's making its way there right now. That's where the hourly trigger's making itself. We'll get rid of this green line to clean this up. We don't need that there. There'll probably be a retest of it. It looks like there'll be a retest of it coming up here in just a moment. What else can we divine? There's that yellow trade to the downside that the bears are looking for. That hit and run. Let's look at a 30-minute basis. Let's look at a 30-minute basis for velocity on SPOOs. A little bit of a series of lower highs on Velo right now. You see that on hourly Velo, the intraday stuff. So they're trying to set up for some kind of a downside move. We do not want to see a break of that hourly trigger. If we do, it'll be a quick bloodbath to the downside. It's probably the trade they're setting up right now. Let's look at a higher frame as well. This is where your last known buyers were, here and here. Let's look at a 4-hour basis. Same place, here and here. That's where your real buyers are, right in here, same spot. If you're a bull and you start to see some violence, is your places down below here. 542, 540. Hold on one second here. What's going on here? Hold on, give me one quick second here. Sorry about that. I was getting some spam. I was getting a spam call. I had a Colorado number call me, and I didn't know if it was a family member or a friend. So they're going to take this attack right here. You see this? They want that. They're in here to get buying their puts, and they want to go slam down here and get a quick fire to the downside. So just hold on to your panties here. Let's keep that right there. This is what they're trying to do. Right there, that's what they're attempting. Right there. That's what sellers are attempting right there. I got that right? I think they got that right. Like something like that right there. They got hourly velocity on their side right there. Now, do you take this trade right now? No. You take this downside trade right now? Hell no. Why not? Why don't you take that trade just yet? You guys know? Your probabilities are low of this panning out until you get to right about here. You want that first, you want that cross. You want the trap for the bulls. You want the new low. You haven't gotten that yet. You haven't gotten that new low yet. This is where all the money is. Just keep your eye on it. If it does work itself out, then get in, then jump in, be Johnny on the spot, set up your triple leverage doom, but don't hit the buy button yet. Watch how it plays out. That's right. You got it. You got it. You got it. You guys got it. You want to see the weakness from the buyer. We already beat that one right there, so we get rid of that one. You got a new one, though, right here. You got a new one right here. Damn. You beat the one from yesterday already. You got a new high right here, so that's bullish. You got no new low down here. That's bullish. No confirmation yet. Velo's on a bear side right now. Seller has a velocity on side, but we could trade sideways and just grind them the fuck out until we squeeze up higher. Oh, thank you, Winky. I'll look right now, brother. Appreciate it, man. I'll take a peek right now. Give me one quick second here, boys and girls. CVNA. All the talk right now on CVNA is all the talk right now on Wall Street bets. Let's look at CVNA. Let's take a peek. Oh boy, gorgeous. Woo! CVNA. Love this company. Going bankrupt, right? Or so they said. CVNA. Oh, yeah, that's sexy as hell, isn't it? Nice little cross back here. Oh, what happened? You got the weekly cross. Big old squeeze in there, huh? Weekly crossing the monthly trigger. Big giant fucking squeeze. Huh. Interesting. CVNA. Huh. The initial squeeze above. Huh. Interesting. Initial squeeze above with the cross of the daily trigger over the monthly trigger. And what happened as the weekly trigger crossed the monthly trigger? Whoa. Whoa. Big old squeeze. Looks like it wants to squeeze again, doesn't it? Consolidating on that daily trigger down there. Huh. I wonder what other ticker's got a weekly trigger crossing above it here shortly. Things that make you go, oh, looks like that daily velocity was going down slightly here too. And then started peaking up again. Huh. Interesting. This looks like a ticker. This looks like a ticker we were just looking at a few minutes ago. Interesting. CVNA. GME. Carvana. Company was supposed to go bankrupt, right? Buying cars for too much money. Anybody remember that? I do. Market makers, they don't care, do they? As long as we can buy it cheap and sell it high, let's do it. Carvana. Oh, meme stocks tend to rally at the end of broad rallies. Agreed. How you doing there, Spoos? We didn't catch that new low, did we? Trapping in those bears? Carvana. CVNA. Reminds me of GameStop. Stop there, Winky. Oh, now everybody wants to know when GDP now is, huh? Now you all want to know when GDP now is? Oh. Now you guys want to know when GDP now is. I've seen differing opinions on it. I've been told 10, 11 in the morning, and then I've been told 1 p.m. I always like too how they're like, there's a better forecaster than GDP now. It's GDP just. And they got GDP this and GDP that. It's a better read. The other one was off by one. Marco Blagovic was like, fuck GDP now. What up, Kenny Tran? What up, brother? No new low for the Bears. Right here, see it? No new low. They did not get their bottom tick down here. Guess we're going to go up and make sure that everything's okay up here. All right, let's see if the Bulls can get it here. Bulls need to get a new high tick right up here. We'll see if they can get it. Otherwise, we grind it. GDP Tuesday? Have you seen Uncle JBJ? They like to fight about GDP now on FinTwit. All like the smart guys are like, oh, this one's better. That one's better. I prefer this. What up, Kenny? Good to see you, brother. Congress dude's wife just bought 100K worth. I don't know what they bought 100K worth of, but fucking Senate. Kid you not, dude. Jesus Christ, like world's best traders. Like they're on your side. How do we turn into this? Can you guys explain that to me? How we turned into a society where you go to Washington, D.C. to get rich? Like, when the fuck did that happen? When the fuck did that happen? Like, we're serious. Like we all accept it. It's like the most nonpartisan thing in the world. That shit blows my mind. Like, forget about the shit that drives you up a wall, but like the most benign shit. We can't stop that from happening. I mean, for real. For all the shit we all hate each other for, or we're like driven to hate each other for all the for all the shit that you're like pushed into extreme feelings, thoughts, ideas, the most benign shit as an American. You know what? I think they should go to DC and become filthy fucking rich. Fucking slam the vote button. I mean, who the fuck do we have on our side when it's like that? Who? Tell me. Tell me who we have on our side. How can we as a society say my candidate is better than your candidate when they're all doing it? How? I don't get that. I honestly don't. Elizabeth Warren, she's one of the world's greatest fucking stock traders too, as well as her fucking husband. Her husband's all wrapped up in it. She is too. They all are. Even her. They all are. Bernie's, I did look into Bernie. He's one of the few that isn't. Fucking Trump isn't. That motherfucker was sitting in a goddamn toilet bowl, wouldn't come out to the fucking podium because he was fucking trading on Robinhood. He'd be late to the fucking press conference intentionally while he was fucking trading in the office. The fuck you say? We had a fucking emergency rate hike once, and he fucking had a meltdown on live TV like 5 minutes later because he was fucking long the market. Get fucked. They all do it. You guys don't believe that? I'm shocked. I'm so shocked right now. You guys need to get out more and party with those people. You like hang out with those guys. You need to go to fucking like Burning Man and shit. Fucking Ron DeSantis doing fucking ecstasy and fucking getting naked with a bunch of dudes. Power and money, baby. Power, money, greed. Snort it up. you're going electric forest? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, electric forest. Oh, you want the bear music? I got you. Ian trades? I'll give you some bear music, dude. Hold on. I got you, brother. Hang tight here. I'll play it for you. Bears want to just hear it. Even if they can't get it, they want to hear it. I can understand that. I respect that. We'll play it for you anyways. Ian Trades is letting us know that it's time for the market to go down, whether you like it or not. It's 10:42. The market is now being hedged for 1 p.m. for the doom trade on 20-year bond yield. Let's play it. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Look, there's nothing down there. Oh. Oh, they want it real bad. You can see it, can't you? There's nothing holding it up. It's the triple top. They're getting 2 shots at it. They got 2 tries. Is Miro in the audience today? New low on Qs right now. Winky's short. Winky's short. Oh, God, yeah, do it. Oh, just do it. Just give the Bears something, anything. Hit and run, give them anything. Oh, oh. 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 Oh, it's so close. Dude, slam the sell button. You need like what? You need like so you need like 6 cents, Bears. Come on. Put your backs into it. Just a little tiny. Oh, just a little tiny bit more. Put your backs into it. Oh, dude. So much edging. Oh, oh, oh. Die, spy. Die, die, die. So much edging right now. Ian Trades is like, just close that 5-minute trigger, please. Shut the door on him. Don't do that. Don't do it. Oh! Oh. Oh. Here, I'll put some more bear music on. We'll try some other bear music. See if this helps. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that's good. No, hold on. We'll try. Hold on. No, not that one. No, that's bull music. No, that's happy bull music. No, that's Tesla waiting room music. Oh yeah, there we go. It's better. Can they get it done? We're gonna trap them all in. Trust me, we're just pushing price down out of Nabunga. We're gonna fucking moon, bro. I think even Jedi, did you see Jedi this morning? He's like, I'm not mad. I just want a bloodbath for 5 minutes. No new low again. So this yellow bar right here, okay? This is what a bear needs. A bear needs that tick right there. Still, they didn't get it here. They did not get it here. Twice. No low there, no low there. They're pissed. There's somebody in their office right there like, don't worry, we're going to get it as GDP now comes out. 20-year auction will seal the deal for us. You just get short as fuck. Even if we get a good print, it's still going down. We're getting ours one way or another. I don't give a fuck what GDP now says. I don't give a fuck what the 20-year says. I'm getting a print today. I got you, Ian. I love you, brother. Oh, give me the doom. Come on. Here it comes. $5.45 are cheap. They're only 25 cents right now. They're dirt cheap. 5.45 are dirt cheap. Dirt cheap. Dirty cheap. All right, what else we got here? Let's see if we got any more music here. Nah. Oh yeah, this one's good.
Is the future.
Right there. You know what they want, don't you? You know what those savages want. Blood.
Evolution. This.
Here comes the cross right now. They got the new low, by the way, just then. They did just get the new low. That's a new low right there. They got it.
Evolution.
They did just get the new low right just then. They just got it. Yeah, they're likely going to test this cross right now. We might get a quick green bar up and then come down and trade this, that one right there.
This is the future. Human error. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution.
I guess the big question would be, does it hold? Does the hour trigger hold? Does that actually hold or not? Your next target is right here, 46.61. I don't think you're going to get this leg here immediately. I think they'll consolidate it until the 20-year print. So just be careful of being right, and then them taking your put money away. Then you get your next leg down. I would be taking the money up each time here. Each leg, I would be taking the money.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done.
Yep, hold on a second here. Sorry about that. Turn that off. Hang tight 1 second. I gotta do one thing, quick thing here in the background. Turn that off. Turn that off. Oh boy, hold on. I gotta look at something here. Hang tight 1 quick second here. Wasn't paying attention to the news today. Oh yeah, baby. So AMD, do you remember we discussed AMD a few weeks ago? And people thought AMD was going up, right? And I had AMD coming down and trading $150. AMD. Now, I don't think it's necessarily bearish. I think it's a trade for their next ER. You want to buy 150 to trade their next ER in AMD. Intel broker, a notorious hacker and moderator on the Breach Forum cybercrime platform, has announced the successful breach of advanced micro devices. The alleged intrusion, which took place in June 2024, reportedly resulted in the theft of a significant amount of sensitive information spanning across various categories. I do find it, I do wonder if that is real or not. I really don't care if it is or isn't, but the timing of it couldn't be more succinct. With AMD expectations of it trading 150. We are coming into the end of a quarter, and the news is dropping this week, so I'm a little suspect of it. Or when was the breach, and when are they deciding to drop the release of the information about AMD? No. Yeah, no. This is all about money. Remember, it's always this right here. It's always money. It's always money. So I've got AMD going down before that news broke. It's just fascinating that it happened, or the news is breaking and matters right now. It serves a purpose. So anyways, AMD bleeding this morning again. They're now trading 155. I've got a price target down here of for that 149, 150, but I don't have anything else lower than that. Let me just check it again and make sure that I'm not wrong here. Yeah, I think that's right. Currently, I think that's right. Let me just check higher frames here in AMD. This could be part of a rebalance trade too. I'll say this. I will say this. If AMD, I'll say this. If AMD loses 150, if it loses 150, not hits it, like it can hit 150, but if it loses 150, it will trade 129.79. 129.79 AMD only if we lose 150. Not 140. If we lose 150, we're going. If we lose 150, we're going down. It will trade 120. 100%. I don't think that's going to happen. I think like 150 is a nice level. Well, not just nice level, but where the run comes from and stuff like that. You'd turn pretty bearish if that was the case. 150 is about right. I think I got the low as 148.84. What else do I got here for you? Let me read a few things to you here because I missed out. I forgot to do this morning. Rosenblatt raises their NVIDIA target to a new street high of $200 from 140. We see Nvidia's Hopper, Blackwell, and Rubin series driving value market share. In one of Silicon Valley's most successful silicon chip platform cycles, while the future gains in adjacent networking switch, NIC, DPU share are attractive. The real narrative lies in the software that complements all of the hardware goodness. They're grinding this down right now. Blah, blah, blah. Ugh, gross. Vol suppression. We anticipate this aspect of the software will significantly increase in the next decade in terms of overall sales, with an upward bias to valuation due to sustainability. We see Nvidia already in the $5 EPS plus level for calendar 2026, and as such, using our existing 40 times PE multiple for valuation, we take our PT to 200 for $140. A part of our housekeeping, we are also updating our model to account for Nvidia's recent 10-for-1 share split on June 10th. Williams, things are moving in the right direction. I'm not going to talk about Williams here. What else do I got here for you? GS, personal savings as a percentage. This is from Goldman Sachs. Personal savings as a percentage of disposable income has fallen to nearly an all-time low of 3.6%. God damn. Which comes below the long-term average of 8.3% and pre-COVID levels of 7.7%. Because of the elevated inflation and decelerating wage growth, particularly among lower-tier consumers. Let me ask you that question. Let me ask you a question. So if you're at home right now, think about how much money comes inside of your household. I want to ask you two questions. Let's say you make, I don't know, we'll make it simple. If you make $100,000 a year, can you come up with like $5,000, $10,000 cash in a minute? I'm going to ask you that in the chat right now. If you make $50,000 a year, can you come up with $2,500 or $5,000 in a minute? Let me ask you that. Cash. Someone says, I need $5,000 cash. Do you have it? And then I'm going to have to do a follow-up question. I don't care what you make. Just say I can come up with 3.6% or 8 to 10% of your yearly income. And that would not be a signature loan. That wouldn't be a credit card. Remortgage your mobile home. Okay. I'm asking because my second question is, do any of you not keep that cash on hand but feel confident because you have value in, there we go. Nice tag there. Looking for one more down move right here. One more red bar. My next question to you be, do you not keep cash on hand because you have value elsewhere? I don't know how true that number is on savings. Right now, I think a lot of people have wealth elsewhere right now, especially older people. I was reading a story about boomer millionaires. Like they're getting fucking rich. One more red bar down here. We're not done. But you're likely not getting this move until 20-year bond if you do get it. So GS saying that we now there's a part of this that's probably true too. So I got off the phone on Sunday with my mother-in-law, and she's wealthy. She's wealthy, but she doesn't have a lot of disposable income. And I found that fascinating, that conversation. And she's wealthy for a reason. She's wealthy because she knows, or she separates disposable income from her wealth. But she made a comment to me this weekend that she was like, I think I might try to go back to work and work part-time. I was like, how much? She was like, maybe 10 hours a week. And I said, why would you want to go back to work? You're retired. Now, I don't know if part of it has to do with her trying to stay active and stuff, but she was specific. She said, everything costs so much money today that if I don't, it'll whittle away on my wealth. And I was like, really? I was like, you're seeing that far down the road? And she's like, yeah. She's like, things are very expensive right now for what you're actually getting. So she's feeling the pinch too. She's wealthy. She's got money, lots of money. She's got a lot going on, the good stuff. So I just found it fascinating that she brought that up. She was thinking about doing some consulting or something like that for a few hours a week, 10 hours, 12 hours, something like that. Offering her professional knowledge up to a company. I just thought it was fascinating that she brought that up. Even she's feeling the pinch. So if you are wealthier, if you're like upper middle class, or your net worth is in the millions of dollars, do you feel the pinch right now or no? Have you thought about like 10, 20 years from now? Are you going to make it? Bork said she had I think that so my mother-in-law is really smart. But I think that she's, it's like I have X amount of dollars I account for my cost of living, right? Through the course of a year, course of 5 years, course of 10 years. And nobody dies in my family, nor my wife's. My wife's family, they'll live to be at least close to 90. So she's got another 18 to 20 years minimum. She treats herself good. She's healthy, lives healthy life, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink. Very active life, no stress. But the fact that she brought that up to me was fascinating. So this is continuing on with a GS. Per GS, while spending held up fine, we expect softer spending growth from subprime households going forward, given a weaker income outlook. A decline in balance sheets essentially to pre-COVID levels, and a moderation of consumer credit originations as banks have tightened their lending standards. It's a weird one. This is a weird comment from Goldman Sachs. This might be this commentary reminds me of rebalancing and not necessarily true. Are any of you experiencing credit tightening? Do any of you have a job out there? Pay your bills on time? Have you been told no? Good credit, have a job. Credit tightening is a little bit different. When we're in a tightening cycle with banks, yeah, he still works, right? Yeah. When she was saying she had to get a job, I wasn't stressing for her. I just find it fascinating. People with money, Like they manage. She's where she is today because she manages her finances very well. Yeah, I noticed it the past couple weeks. I've done some of my own work. I've spent some time doing some stuff that I wouldn't normally do. I was appalled by some of the prices I was given. I was like, I'm not paying that. I'm like, you're getting the fuck out of here with that shit. Oh, I was like, I'll do it myself. I ain't doing it. Like, I will spend money on certain things, but I have declined paying for some things recently myself. I was like, no fucking way. Just get the fuck out of here. I mean, I understand why they're asking for it. I'm not mad about it. I get why they're asking for it. This tick right here, close them for a minute on this tick. Or not this, I don't know. I shouldn't say it. Not financial advice. If you think we're going to blood it down right now to this hourly trigger, fine. Do your thing. Not financial advice at all. We could go straight down. Can hit that and then tag straight down. I think we tag it and then come back up and grind until unless GDP now just came out already. What else do I have for you this morning? Business inventories, barking. On the good side, I hear pricing power is waning. On the services side, I still think firms exploring raising prices as much as possible. Shelter and service inflation is not quite there. My strong sense is that we are at a restrictive level. That's barking. Trading the half an hour trigger right now. Bears want this new low for the setup at 1 p.m. for the 20-year. They want to tag 546.65 right now. 546.65. So that's what I've got there. I'm going to take a peek here. That's all I've got for you guys there. Also, I'm going to roll over to Financial Juice next, see what they're saying. Barkin's doing a lot of talking. We got 2 more Fed speakers later today. We got a lot of Fed speak. I got to show you guys something. I want to show you guys something out there. What did I listen to last night? Let's share this with you. If you guys are bored, the next day off, right? This is a new podcast that's out there. Oh, yeah. Not financial advice. Don't take the money and run. Oopsie. Oopsie. Oh, boy. And it's gone. And it's gone. Right here, I got this one for you. That red bar is like, no. Let me out front. Let me get out of there. Let me get out of there really quick. So this is a new, this is a podcast. I just sent you a link right now. I just sent you a link right now to a, new podcast and a new YouTube channel. I don't think they're getting traction because if you look at that podcast on its face value, it looks like it's like a Chinese propaganda channel, but it's not.
Must base further monetary decisions on incoming data.
It's a geopolitics channel. We talk geopolitics here a lot in the show. Geopolitics is very important to the stock market. And I've been listening to these guys recently. And they discuss in depth
Do you want to stay up to date?
material things about our stock market. So if you have the chance over the weekend, just give it a listen if you have time. And it goes on. I think they talk for a long time too. I think it's like an hour or two. If you have a chance to listen to these guys over the weekend, Z came out and said the U.S. tried to trick us into war with Taiwan, and we're not going to fall for it. And I thought that was slightly fascinating. Sorry, I got to watch this book map here. See if they're going to actually get their blood or not. They're still trying right now. They're angry. Someone's angry. There's a seller that's angry right now. So Z came out and said the U.S. tried to trick us into a war with Taiwan. And I found that fascinating. And I want to tell you why. Or I want to tell you my take on this, okay? So, at least my take on this. I served the United States Army. I spent the first part of my Army service in combat arms. I spent the second leg of my service in U.S. Army Command. And so I kind of was, I got a dream job. And I was able to sit around and see a lot of things I probably normally would not have access to or be able to see. Now, I'm a humanist, and I'm a Democrat, and I'm anti-war. But I do realize that what I am versus geopolitics or sometimes don't align. At any rate, my thought has always been, or especially the last 10 years or so, is that, no, not 10 years, maybe less. I want to say 10, but it hasn't been that long. But I lived through two different types of army. That's my point here. When I first joined the Army, I joined the Army when we were fighting a conventional division-led battle. That's where you have a higher structure and command authority, from a divisional leadership all the way down to brigade, battalion level. There's like one guy, then there's two guys. I mean, I'm trying to simplify. It's like 2 guys and 5 guys and 10 guys. Then we switch to coin. That's the army we roll with, where like a brigade can fight on their own without too much oversight. And they have their own support. It's like in the past you would have like artillery, right? Now you've got, or not now, but during the war on terror, there was a lot of, hey, we have our own artillery, we got our own mechanized, we got our own air support. We can kind of operate independently-ish. We're switching back right now to fight that large-scale war with a superpower, i.e. Russia and China. Now, I personally don't believe that Russia is a superpower. I think they're a third-rate, third-world country. I'll be honest with you. From my experience in the United States military, I don't think that most people can grasp scale. China, on the other hand, is very dangerous. Not today. They're very dangerous in like 10 or 20 or 30 years. So, if the U.S. could buy time, the last 5 or 10 years or so to confront that threat, it's good for us, for America. You don't want that Taiwan kicking off right now. You don't want it kicking off 5 years ago. There's a window there where China has some potential to take Taiwan. Some potential. I don't think that they can. I don't think that their equipment, nor their forces, nor their culture, nor their warrior culture is there anywhere, shape, or form as ours is. And I don't think that they have the size, scale, logistics to do it. I think they would fail and that we win. In every scenario, we win. But not in the best scenario. So the best scenario for a confrontation with China is likely in the next 5 years. And it favors us even more in the next 5 years. And I don't mean like a Cold War way. Cold War, the stalemate was good. I don't think we have the stalemate in 20 or 30 years with China. I don't think they're comparable. I don't think the nuclear standoff in the Cold War is applicable here. So the U.S. military likely has a small window to have this confrontation, and I'm fascinated by how this plays out. Now, Z saying that recently is cause for concern because I'm going to assume here that China knows too that time is their partner. It's not our partner. Time does not favor the United States here, is my point, for that confrontation. The longer it becomes a stalemate like the Cold War, the more that the U.S. is losing. And you might be wondering why or how that's happening. If you watch that show there's a lot of grandstanding by the United States. And in the next couple decades, there's real danger to our country. And our country is, even though we suck at this, we really suck at this. We do some bad shit, horrible shit. We make mistakes. We're not the best leader of the free world, but we try. You don't want China running shipping. You don't want China running the world. I'm sorry, you don't. Not in its current form. You don't want Russia doing that either. You think things are bad where you live right now? They're going to get a whole lot worse. So it's like, what's the lesser of all the big evils? Probably us, in my view at least. So my concern here, though, is we had this big thing with steel a bunch of years ago. We used to produce steel and scale. And we got routed in the United States. We don't produce steel anymore. We got a few steel plants, but not like we used to. Our shipyards are closing around the country, big major shipyards. Industry, we've outsourced most industry. And the real fear here is that we are losing skills, craftsmanship that are passed down generationally. And they're things that take hundreds of years to hone. I'm serious, like hundreds of years to hone these things. What the hell was that? All right, so I don't know what the fuck that was. A moth or something. So we're losing that history in our country. Generations of iron workers, generations of millwrights, generations of welders taking on other jobs. And it's very dangerous, not just for military capacity, but for production capacity. As a matter of fact, I was so scared by watching this program last night that I was going to discuss it with my daughter and say, you should go to the Colorado School of Mines. Like, seriously. And mining in particular, on this topic, we're going to discuss mining. Like we got routed in steel production, there's a lot of stuff going on in the background where in 20, 30, 40 years could be real danger to us in our ability to produce parts for chips, for compute, for AI, robotics, all these things. If you're young watching this program, that you want to have free access to and have the ability to mine, and then produce chips. There's a long game going on right now with China that is complicated, quiet, and not often discussed in the zeitgeist. So, if you have time, over the next couple days, go watch that link that I just sent to you. Tell me your thoughts on it. Maybe I'm wrong on this. I'm not stuck in this opinion where I'm like, this is how it is, or I believe in this 100%, or anything like that. But I want your opinion if you could give it to me. If you could listen to this show, and he's got another show connected to it where he gives a base case of all of this stuff, or these three guys. They're three political, I don't know what you call them, experts. Just check out that program over the weekend. See what you guys think of that. It's really sketchy. It's not political. It really isn't political. I think like Bob on the street. I mean, I think we can see it. Like, yeah, hey, we're losing all of our shipyards and stuff. But I think that there's more to it that's not easy to digest by a regular person on the street. Yeah, or I don't think they want, like, it doesn't have enough shine to it. It doesn't have enough like I can't push that on CNN. You know, I can't push that on MSNBC. I can't even push it on Fox News. No one's got an attention span for that kind of stuff. They like the bullet points, easy to digest stuff. And what's really fascinating is these guys talk about the bullet points digesting that we're doing. Oh, they're saying this, I get it now. They're saying that, I get it now. And these guys are like, no. There's some real danger here. So I think about this stuff sometimes because when I saw Z saying that the other day, I'm like, or quoted as saying that, I'm like, that sounds logical. Like when people ask me right now, I get asked often, do you think that the U.S. would win against China? Fuck yeah. In a minute, in all scenarios, yes. Would you like to confront China right now? Within the next 5 years? Fuck yeah, I would. And Z is backing that statement up right now. Z is basically saying, we know right now is not the time, but we do know that there will be a time. It just isn't right now. And they're setting that up right now. So I just want to know what your thoughts on all of this are. I know some of you are going to say, like, oh, their population collapsed because they're not making babies and stuff, and it ain't going to matter in 10 or 20 years. That's the trap. But we are losing as a nation some very key things that we need for you, no matter what your politics are. If you like that Apple iPhone, you like that compute, you like that Xbox, you like that PlayStation, you like that Tesla, you like that EV car, all those things that you enjoy, you should probably watch that program. See what you think. You're probably waiting right now. They're going to grind you sideways. If you want the truth, they're going to grind you sideways until 1 p.m. You're not getting this right now. Oh God, the high and tight. Oof. I got so stressed in the army. Oh man, some stuff I want to tell you, some I don't want to tell you, but I'm gonna say some things on stream. Yeah, Uncle JV Day, you know what's up. Yeah, whatever. I didn't serve for that reason. I didn't serve. I'm not no hero or nothing. I served because my father served. I served because I think we can do better as a country. As a Democrat, I felt I owed that to my country. I don't want. We're coming into Juneteenth, right? Tomorrow. Yeah, like that's the kind of shit I thought. That's why I served my nation. Truthfully, 100%. Don't ever give up on that stuff. Coming into Juneteenth, right? As a matter of fact, it's a good topic. You know, you can actually make changes. You can vote. You know, you can serve in all kinds of ways. You can volunteer. You can not volunteer for the army. You can volunteer to teach kids in schools. You can help your fellow man out. Protesting's got a place. But if you want to make real change, devote a part of your life to improving other people's lives. Some kind of selfless service to your fellow person out there. Really, it does make a difference. It really, truly does. It really, really, really does. We're losing some of that right now. You don't want to let the bad guys win. You can bitch about it on the internet. You can bitch about it and not vote. You can whine about it. You can protest. But truly, that's how we lost in the 60s and 70s. You know that, right? People protested and they became yuppies, and now they're fucking rich boomers. I don't want you to fall into that trap if you're young. You protest now, then you become a fucking yuppie, and you become a fucking boomer. I mean, like, seriously. Invest some time making actual true change. Make real friends. You know, they're not in my backyard, Democrats out there. And the NIMBYs, right? You know, I want you to have somebody, don't come to my neighborhood and do it, right? That kind of stuff. Peace Corps, join them. Join whatever you want. Teach America, Peace Corps, whatever you want to be. Pick up trash in your neighborhood. I don't care if it's that, whatever it is. Take some ownership. It really is important. I do it with my kids. My oldest daughter refuses to buy fast fashion. I love her for that. You know, like you got to make a stand at some point. You got to put your fucking foot down and say, no, fuck you, no, I'm not doing it. You got to. No, it's not okay to just say it. You know, you got to, like, do something. And even if it's horrible. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to become a police officer. I don't want to run for office. If you guys want prison reform, you have to run for office. You can't just whine. Put your hand up and run for prison reform. Like, run. Even if you lose, run for office. If you're a Republican and you want to see prison reform, run for office. You don't want people going back to prison, don't you want them to be reformed? Like, serve their time and get reformed, right? Doesn't that make sense? Like, fucking crazy. You guys don't want politicians becoming rich in Congress and the Senate, right? Do you? Come on. Yeah, no, that doesn't really do it. It doesn't. They end up losing. Like, the killer documentaries don't do it. It's not show, it just doesn't do it. Like, you literally have to become that person. You can see it when they make those documentaries, you actually see the people doing it. You actually see the people that are doing the good fight, right? Those are the people that are usually the subjects of a documentary. This person's doing the good fight over here. I guess where I'm trying to come from with this is, I know that if you're young right now, there can be an overwhelming feeling of, like, I can't do anything. I got no say. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot going on for kids right now. young adults, I should say, not kids, where they feel powerless or they feel unempowered, right? They talk about it on Reddit. You can see them. They're all over Reddit. You can empower yourself. I want you to know that. You can do that. You really, really can. They don't want you doing anything. They prefer, and the they, I mean people in power, your politicians, your corporate overlords, your boss at a corporation. They would prefer you to whine and bitch on Twitter or Reddit. That's what they want you to do. They don't mind if you protest either. They don't care if you protest. They don't care if you bitch about it on Twitter or Reddit. It's a good place for you to do that because you make no change. They don't want you taking a position of power where you can make the actual change. They want you to be a drone. Spoo's squeezing right now, trading 547.30. We had the target down on the half-hour trigger. It's holding as of right now. We have a couple events coming up. We've got GDP now. We've got 20-year bond at 1 p.m. I'm going to take a quick break until roughly 12:30 or so. It's 11:38. We have 1 day left. We're going to Juneteenth. I got to take a break really quick. I got to go potty. I got to empty the piss bag. You're loaded on 0-8 puts. Okay. I don't think we're going down. I know that the prevailing thought here is that we're going to consolidate due to delta, or gamma delta, or excuse me, the gamma pin. There's not even a pin, actually. We should roll, but it's probably not until we close today. It's probably not until after 1 p.m. or the close. But maybe. It's possible. I think my kids have the door open. Ugh. I think my kids have, like, the back door open right now. I've got, like, flies and mosquitoes, and I got to go check on my kids. My kids are like, we leave the front door and the back door wide open on a heat wave. I can always, like, the house is warming up and there's some flying insects in my house, and I'm like, you know, young preteen kids, they don't think about that stuff. My youngest one is like got the refrigerator door open as she stares into the back of it for 5 minutes and drools. It's like drool coming down her face, and I'm like, "Are you okay? You all right?" Yes, Daddy, I'm looking for food. Have you thought about what you're looking for before you go looking for it? No, Daddy, I don't know what I want. No, they don't change. Yeah, exactly. Garden hose, baby. Ping pong, barcode. There's your top range right there. We await 1 p.m. You still do that? Oh, yeah, dudes are just as bad. Dudes are just as bad. I thought you were making fun of my daughters. That's fine. You can make fun of them. I bitch about women all the time because I'm the only guy in my house. I literally don't run shit. I'm not the boss of anything. I think I'm the boss sometimes. I ain't the boss of shit. I'll tell you what. Women run this fucking world, or at least in my world they run. I'm the boss of nothing. I don't run jack shit in my house. You're the boss in your house. I pay for everything. I pay for everything. I'm still not the boss of it. You know why, though, too, right? I ain't getting laid. I ain't getting laid unless I do what my wife tells me to do. I follow the rules around here. It's pretty clear rules. Yeah, grow a pair. I've tried that. I have grown a pair before. I don't get laid for a month or two. Grow a pair. Written in crayon. All right, I'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Let me take a quick potty break. Yeah, that's right. That's the rule. I'll be back with you guys just a brief moment, okay? Yeah, I'll be right back with you guys right around 12:30. Oh, yeah, there it is. Look at that right there. No joy, no follow through. I'll be back in just a few months. I'll put some. I'm gonna put the Bloomberg on for you. You might want to mute it. The moment that I come back, I'll get rid of the CaptainJimJames screener and stuff like that, so that you can be aware that I'm talking, blabbing or whatever. What did I say in this? What would I say? I'm changing my diaper. Changing my underwear. That'll work. Changing my underwear. Be right back. It's so terrible. My youngest goes, "Daddy, you're not nice." Turn this back on right here. A little bit of blood from AMD. Flip around. Oh, dude, I'm telling you what, that SPX gamma looking pretty good. I think we want a moon, baby. That SPX gamma looking pretty good over. I don't know about the Bears. I don't know, man. I don't know, Bears. They gotta get through that 5,500. Get up there at that 5560.
Well, I think, what we're seeing is that AI is permeating every aspect of our lives already, and this is really just day zero. And if you look across these companies and at their growth trajectories, what you're seeing is that we're seeing incredibly, almost unprecedented levels of growth as people harness the trend and the demand in the market for AI. We're seeing revenues ramp more quickly than ever before. Companies like Modal that are helping companies put AI into production and build apps that run on top of it are able to grow incredibly quickly. And what's most exciting to me is this is just the beginning.
I think that's exactly it. For many, it's been, where is the value going to lie? For now, picks and shovels, infrastructure, the actual chips, the hardware that you need to build these large language models. And then you're saying it's companies that help you actually apply to build applications that are building a revenue. Where else are we starting to see startups build the next layer of opportunity?
Oh, across the board. There's a company, for example, called Norm.ai that's helping turn hundreds of thousands of regulatory rules into automated automated AI compliance agents that can help financial institutions better comply with the regulations in place. And the work is so insurmountable that you couldn't do it before without AI. So yes, of course, it starts with the picks and shovels, but we're already seeing AI start to move up the application stack into categories like compliance, insurance, financial services.
Are there already
Do you want
too
to stay
many
up to date with the latest
startups?
and
I mean,
the
we had
leading edge of
Clem
news
along
for
over at
non-farm
Hugging
payrolls?
Face saying, look,
Then
I'm getting
sign up today
calls
and get our
10
special
more
offer
than a
of
week
Financial
of companies
Pro
needing to
for
sell
years'
themselves
worth
to
of
me
our
because they
service
cannot
for a
keep
price
going. They
of
can't keep
1
growing.
month.
They don't have the money.
92%.
That's absolutely the case. Whenever you have such an incredible platform shift like this, there are a lot of venture dollars that go into it, a lot of optimism. There's a Cambrian explosion of companies. And obviously that's not sustainable, but this is also part of a healthy ecosystem, right? We have all these brilliant founders that are coming out of existing, incumbent companies to try to build something new, and they won't all be successful, but we learn a little bit every time. And some of these companies will, of course, get acquired into larger institutions, and then people will bring their own learnings and innovations into those. And that's the cycle of startups that we've seen in every other platform shift before. So I think this is a good thing, even if temporarily a little painful for some.
Erica, what's interesting is we were just talking with Wabi, and they've got to deal with Uber, Airbnb, these companies that came into existence, disrupted, and stayed independent in the previous wave of move to mobile. Now we see these weird deals going on, acqui-hires, Inflection going into Microsoft, sort of relationships built between OpenAI and every other company. What sort of companies will end up existing, or will they be bought out or M&A and deals done with incumbents?
Sure. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, and I think it's really important to call out that, we're still climbing the hype cycle. So there is a long time to come where we'll see a lot of evolution, just like we saw in the shift to mobile. You mentioned all these companies, and they all came several years after mobile phones and the smartphone really came out. So we're going to see the same thing, I think, with AI. We're going to, of course, see a ton of M&A. Of course, all eyes are also on regulators to see what's allowed to happen. And I think you take the case of Inflection and some of these other, I'll call them creative deal structures that probably had to be put in place because of fear of regulators. But the incumbents know that they need to harness this technology. They need to forge relationships with these up-and-comers in order to remain relevant over time. So yes, we're going to see some generational companies that are getting formed right now, just like we have in previous platform shifts. We're also going to see a lot of very interesting and exciting alliances between startups and incumbents come. We're going to see a lot of M&A to come as well. And I think, some of the greatest companies of the next 20 years haven't even been started getting built yet.
It's not even on the list that you bring us. Well, we thank you for doing the hard work for finding some of those 100 hot ones already. Erica Brescia is Managing Director at Redpoint. We thank her. Meanwhile, coming up, X makes a payment play. Details behind the company's ambition to take on the likes of Venmo. That's next. And talking of payments, we understand that Aapl is shutting down its Pay Later program, which let customers make purchases on an installment plan basis. Well, they're making a retreat from the efforts to offer more financial services in-house. We're off by 1.3%. A lot of news around Aapl today. This is Bloomberg Technology.
With ServiceNow, AI can
12
transform
p.m.
your
Eastern
business
Time,
by
we
helping
expect
your people
comments
work
from
better.
ECB's
Because
Villeroy, who
when your
speaks at
people work
awards
better,
ceremony for the
everything
prizes in
works
monetary
better.
economics
So,
and finance.
let's get to work.
Idris Elba works here?
Yeah, he's super nice.
The biggest ideas inspire new ones. What can you do with Spy?
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. and bring your truck to life. Real truck.
What's inside your ETF? Does the manager have institutional experience? Is the strategy built for all markets? With the Parametric Equity Premium Income ETF, you know what's inside. Inside, you'll find a novel income strategy designed for growth and tax efficiency from a leader in innovative solutions. Get to know what's inside PAPI, powered by Parametric, the symbol of alternative income.
We say that every company needs to become an intelligent software company.
Context changes everything. The UK decides. On July 4th, amid debates about tax policy, border security, foreign policy, and more, voters head to the polls to choose the next leader. Bloomberg has full coverage leading up to the election and will bring you the results after all the votes are tallied. Tune in for continuing coverage on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
Angola to boost August crude exports to the most in almost 4 years.
The Everything app, we're back there, Elon Musk's X. Well, to do that, it needs to perhaps add payment networks into its social media platform. Now, according to a whole trove of documents submitted to state regulators, the company is looking perhaps to add Venmo-like payment features for use on X. For more, we're joined by Bloomberg's Aisha Counts, who went through some 350 pages of documents when it comes to emails related to money transmitter applications made in various states. And Aisha, what have we learned from how payments will be interweaved to X?
Yeah, as you mentioned, we went through a lot of documents. We talked to state regulators because one of the things X has to do in order to allow payments is actually be regulated in all 50 states. And so we found a whole host of things. We found out that Elon Musk owns 75% of X Holdings, the company that then owns 100% of X. We found out X's revenue over the last year. So they made about $1.48 billion in revenue, which is down 40% from the year before Musk bought Twitter. So details like that. And then, of course, more details on how they actually plan to implement the payments aspect and how that's going to feed into an Everything app.
So let's talk about the payments part in particular, Aisha, because look, that's his roots, right? That's where he first came from, one of the PayPal mafia, as he was known, and his first company was indeed called X. What does he envision us using payments for and how on the platform?
I mean, he envisioned it just like Venmo, as I think you mentioned earlier. So if you think about being able to send money to friends and then being able to send that money back to your bank account, that might look like products and services that you buy through X. Maybe even in the future, it could be some of Musk's other companies. And then there's a vision of actually being able to use it in a way like Apple Pay, where you go into a physical store and you can buy goods. So it looks like all of those things together in one. And as you mentioned, that's so important for an Everything app. If I'm going to, buy a good or service or order food, or if I want to buy a product, I have to have a way to send money. And so it's really a linchpin of that plan to really be able to do everything in one place.
At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Valerie, who speaks
but he
at
also
an awards
needs
ceremony
partners,
for
I assume. They're
prizes in
not building
monetary
this all from the
economics and
ground up. I
finance.
mean, they already have relationships with Adyen and other players in the field. What more do they need to build here?
I mean, absolutely. They need those partnerships. You can imagine they outline this in documents as well, that they might even look at partnering with other people beyond Adyen, like you mentioned, and then also Stripe. So maybe other payments processors, obviously banks. They're banking with Citibank right now. And then if they're going to sell goods and services, they might want to have partnerships with retailers, and they might even want to have conversations with advertisers. If advertisers want to put an ad for their product and someone can click on that ad and then go directly into the purchasing process, I mean, all those sorts of things are opportunities for them to develop more partnerships and really get more people buying goods and services and sending money.
Last 30 seconds. Crypto related?
No crypto, which is sort of surprising, and it might be because of some of the regulatory hurdles with that. You might have to go through some additional steps, but X told regulators that it has no plans to do crypto at this time, even though we know that Musk has been a huge fan of Dogecoin.
Oh, I have to hold out for a little while longer. Asia Counts, great piece of reporting, a whole trove of emails and documents. We appreciate you scraping through them. Meanwhile, I think that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology. Don't forget to check out our podcast. You'll find it on the terminal, as well as online on Apple, Spotify, and iHeart. From New York, this is Bloomberg Technology. Enjoy.
By 2030, over half of passenger cars sold in the U.S. will be electric. But for EV adoption to increase further, costs need to come down a lot. Today's connected factories can play a similar role in making EVs more affordable. With the Next Level network from AT&T Business, manufacturing leaders are using reliable and secure connectivity to create the assembly line of tomorrow, so we can all drive toward a sustainable future.
Instead of AI here or there, why not put AI to work everywhere?
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions,
especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations,
like carbon capture and clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
What's inside your ETF? Is the manager a jack of all trades? Is it run by an algorithm? With the Eaton Vance High Yield ETF, you know what's inside. Inside, you'll find thoughtful bond selection from fixed income specialists with bona fide active management credentials. Get to know what's inside EVHY, now available from Eaton Vance, the symbol of high yield done right.
Managing my money.
Invest, don't trade. Invest for the long term, i.e. when markets are challenged, don't get spooked. Don't get involved in investment hobbies. Investment hobbies are generally not profitable.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only
Shortly
on
expecting
Bloomberg.
comments from
Context
ECB
changes
Deloitte.
everything.
Bloomberg has enhanced search on the terminal to deliver what you need when you need it. Now, you can simply type phrases in everyday English in the command line. Compare financials. Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers now.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Shonali Bassick. Stocks are mixed in the session after data showed a slowdown in U.S. consumer spending. Of course, that retail sales data is drawing some more jitters about that consumer, and you leave that with an S&P 500 up about 0.7% rather. We were about flat on the day a little earlier, gaining some steam now. We have the NASDAQ 100 still in the red on the day, but just barely, pretty much flat on the day still. The two-year yield really recouping some of its losses just a day ago. 5 basis point move lower on the day here, and you're having the two-year yield standing around 470, just under 471 on the day. Of course, cooling of those yields after that retail sales data this morning. Some midday movers on the equity side here. We're looking at the CEO of Boeing set to face a Senate hearing later this afternoon. This comes after a quality inspector filed a claim saying that the plane maker mishandled and lost track of hundreds of faulty parts, some of which have been installed stalled on the new 737 MAX planes. According to the complaint, more than 400 parts were mishandled and many were deleted from an internal cataloging system. We're also watching shares of Citigroup. The company holds its services investor day here and also outlines its targets for the year. CEO Jane Fraser said the services unit is at the heart of the bank's new strategy. Citigroup up about 1.5%. Remember, I'll be speaking in an exclusive interview a little later today with Citigroup CFO Mark Mason at 2 p.m. New York time. And we've also seen a number of notable calls for S&P targets moving higher. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle with the details.
It has been pretty remarkable, Shonali, because we have this big rally for the S&P 500 right now over the last 13 days, up 10 of those 13 days, up about 5% over that time period, and some of it having to do with these animal spirits being stirred by these Wall Street strategists. Now, it started last Friday, Goldman Sachs raising their price target for the end of 2024 to 5,600. It had been at 5,200. It was the third price target raised for Goldman Sachs in a relatively short period of time. They're talking about the fact that the earnings season that was, it's amazing, we're almost upon a new earnings season, it was less bad than expected, and also the idea that big tech dominance could continue. But the target that really took a lot of people's attention, that really got the attention of a lot of people, Evercore ISI saying 6,000. That's 10% upside potential from here. And it's also notable because strategist Julian Emmanuel, he had prior to this had a target of 4,750. So almost feels like a little bit of capitulation. He's talking about the idea that the economy is going to be okay, that the Fed is not going to be putting too much pressure on stocks, AI, big tech. So that really is the theme of the name. But if we take a look, Shonali, at a bigger chart of the S&P 500, it is basically parabolic, this rally. So the question is, can it hold? If we were to put it into the context of moving averages, more than 100% over the 200-month moving average, relative to the global financial crisis, it had only been 67% above. And then in the tech bubble, it had been closer to 200%. So it's hard to say exactly what is ahead, but stocks, frothy, it does seem right now, Shonali.
I want to welcome in now our audiences across our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube platforms, as one of finance's most notable names is running for a U.S. Senate seat. That is combat veteran and former Bridgewater CEO Dave McCormick is a Republican Senate candidate in Pennsylvania and joins me with Bloomberg's Joe Matthew. And Dave, there are a number of things we want to get to with you, but we were reconnected after you wrote an op-ed entitled "America Must Lead" on cryptocurrency. And, you know, it was somewhat interesting to see the former CEO of the world's largest hedge fund take a pro-crypto view, given how reticent the financial industry has been in adopting crypto. Why is this a platform that's important to you?
Well, thanks for having me. Nice to see both of you. You know, the reason that I advocated this is I think it's good economic policy, but it's also good national security policy. And I've obviously been following crypto for a while now, and the developments around blockchain. And I always thought it had appeal as around the principles of individual freedom and privacy. You know, data security and data privacy is something that is incredibly important and increasingly so. But I was always worried about the national security implications. And I think what's become clear is that we are in the next great wave of innovation with crypto and blockchain. And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind. And by embracing it, we can create great jobs, a great source of innovation. I've lived through a number of waves of innovation, whether it was the PC and the internet, or whether it's some of the new developments around AI. This is one such wave that we need to embrace. And the national security implications of this are clear, which is that blockchain has very limited, and crypto, very limited illicit activity, something like 0.345% of the transactions. But it gives a roadmap for national security officials and prosecutors to zero in on illicit activity. So the national security and legal experts I talk to think that that it offers a real source of eliminating, not increasing illicit activity. And so for all those reasons, and important to Pennsylvania, a job creation engine for Pennsylvania, I've embraced this and encouraged lawmakers to lay out a regulatory framework that will allow innovation to continue.
Well, it's interesting. Dave, welcome. It's Joe Matthew in Washington, and great to see you. As we consider this, you point out in your op-ed that this is also a matter of staying competitive with, if not beating China when it comes to crypto. And I wonder if we could get to the matter of China right off the top, because we have a lot of questions for you on the economy, on taxes and tariffs. Your opponent in your Senate race, Bob Casey, has pointed out repeatedly the role that you had at Bridgewater in directing investments toward companies based in China. Can you tell our listeners and viewers the extent to which you were personally involved and the effort behind those investments, how you see them now?
Sure. Well, I've been very involved with China for more than 20 years as a policymaker. In the Bush administration, I was one of the folks that was very involved in making sure that China didn't either steal or get access to some of our key technologies. And as the global economy has evolved and as China's evolved, it's become more and more of a national security threat, particularly with the rise of President Xi, who has a very aggressive view of China's role in the world vis-a-vis the United States. With regard to Bridgewater, Bridgewater is a global investment firm. We serve global clients while I was there and still. And in Bridgewater's portfolio, there was something like 2% of its allocation that was devoted to China. And that was mostly in portfolio types of investments. And so this is one of the challenges as we think about national security going forward. One of the things I've advocated is we need to make sure that investors are not investing of any kind, are not investing in companies that support the Chinese military, support the PLA, support the Communist Party. And the government should take a much more active role, and I've said this in testimony and so forth, to identify which companies we do not want American investors or American companies to invest in. And that's one of the things I'd be advocating as a senator, as well as decoupling in key industries that are going to be absolutely critical to America's economic and national security going forward. So that's the vision that I've laid out, and I think what's going to be required. And I honestly think my experience with China, both as a national security official, but also as a global CEO, is going to help me be much more sophisticated in how we deal with the Chinese, because I actually know what I'm talking about.
Dave, to that end, I want to get your view here on the tariff policies put forth during Donald Trump and his presidential run. There are a lot of mainstream economists, including Larry Summers, concerned about the inflationary impact that such policies could have. Do you share those concerns?
Well, listen, I was someone who has been generally skeptical of tariffs, but when President Trump came into office, I thought that selective use of tariffs to ensure a fair playing field, ensure reciprocity, ensure negotiating leverage made sense. And so I supported the tariffs that President Trump put in place under the last administration. And I do think that there's the risk of inflationary impact. And frankly, I think there's two dimensions of President Biden's policies which are relevant to this. One is the enormous spending is the primary driver of inflation. That and the policies that are directed on reducing oil and gas consumption. Those are the primary drivers of inflation. And economists like Larry Summers have said as much. The second problem with those policies of the Biden administration, particularly as it relates to EVs and solar panels and so forth, the policies that have been in place have made us, ironically, highly dependent on China, because 70% of the lithium batteries and 80% of the solar panels are manufactured in China. So in one fell swoop, in my opinion, the Biden administration's economic agenda has driven up inflation and made us more dependent on our primary adversary. And that's why as I've run for the Senate, I've advocated a set of policies that take us in the opposite direction.
Let's put a finer point on this, Dave. The idea of tariffs here against China we'll put aside for a second, because Donald Trump is also proposing an across-the-board, a global 10% tariff that he says would help to pay for tax cuts if he's reelected. This has been a big debate, as I'm sure you well know, in Washington over the past week or so, and it's about to get a lot louder, making permanent the 2017 tax cuts that are set to expire next year. We saw a new analysis from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget says that would cost in excess of $4 trillion, that it could add that much to our deficit. So if it's not tariffs that offset the cost here, how do you pay for it?
Well, first of all, you got to pay for it with a growing economy that's generating tax proceeds. The best way to do this, and in the Bush, or rather the Trump tax cuts, if President Biden's reelected and those tax cuts are allowed to expire, that's going to hurt all Americans. So if you look at someone who's making $70,000 a year, the impact on them is something like $2,000 of tax reduction benefit that they lose. And this is
the impact of inflation is pretty great on a household as well, right? How do you find $4.6 trillion, I think is the number that they put down here, to pay for that without stoking inflation even further?
Inflation's already been stoked by $6 trillion of incremental spending under President Biden.
So you'd add another 4.
No. The primary driver of the inflation we had has been the spending policies of Biden, and Republicans and Democrats have been spending too much. I'm not saying this is solely Democrats, but what's happened under Biden is $6 trillion of spending. And if you think about the types of spending, you can talk about $170 billion of loan forgiveness, which is absolutely, in my opinion, un-American and unfair, or you can talk about tax cuts that are going to benefit all Americans and all Pennsylvanians. And absolutely, inflation is the most regressive tax at all. So we've got to get inflation under control. But the drivers of inflation are bad energy policy that have driven up the prices of fuel and too much spending. And so I would say reversing certainly some of those Biden spending bills and rolling back the war on natural gas and fossil fuels is the key to getting our economy back in check. And I wouldn't, particularly now when so many families are burdened by this inflation, I wouldn't burden them further by rolling back the tax cuts that President Trump put in place.
Speaking of burdens on families, you know, when you think about the deficit issue largely in the U.S., does that mean that you've also ruled out the idea of more spending, or slowing spending rather, on Medicare and Social Security to be part of the solution in closing that gap?
Well, I think the primary thing we need to do now is roll back some of the spending that President Biden has put in place. Again, I keep pointing to it because it's such an obvious one, is the $168 billion of most recent student loan forgiveness. I mean, look at that. It's extraordinary. That's the size of the Army's budget. That kind of spending doesn't make sense to most Americans. So we got to roll back that spending. We've got to attack a number of sources of discretionary spending. And certainly, when you look down the road, there's questions around entitlements, but the basic premise there you have to start with is we have to live up to the obligations that we promise people. And so it's a balancing act for sure, but a pro-growth economic agenda that deregulates, that allows businesses to grow, is going to be the primary driver of driving tax receipts. We've got to drive back or pull back on spending. I certainly agree with that. But the starting point has to be the war on oil and gas, which has hindered us dramatically, and some of the Biden priorities, which I honestly think are indefensible. And the most notable one is the student loan forgiveness.
Well, we should note, I realize that you're speaking in some cases here about the moratorium on new LNG permits, but the United States is pumping more oil than it has ever in history right now. Dave, I want to ask you about your policy or your proposals if you're elected on Israel. Can I'd like to get to Israel if we can here, to try to get to as many topics as we can. Dave, there are a lot of questions about whether we're going to see a ceasefire at any point soon, and I wonder if you think that Israel should declare war on Hezbollah, if that is in fact the mission here for Israel, to combat the influence of Iranian proxies that have brought so much terror to Israel and a very difficult quagmire that we find ourselves in now.
My wife and I went to Israel right after Christmas and saw firsthand the horrible barbarism that happened on October 7th, and are fully supportive of Israel doing what it must do to eradicate Hamas and destroy that threat. I'm not going to comment on what Israel should do in terms of dealing with Hezbollah. I have much more confidence in their ability to decide what's best for Israel as a democracy. What I will say is that they are absolutely being attacked from all sides by these proxies that are underwritten by Iran. And the original sin, and the thing that put us in this position was President Obama's deal in 2015 to give back $100 billion of sanctioned money. And the deciding vote on that was Bob Casey, and that my opponent in the Senate race. And that money is being used to underwrite terrorist groups, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, and of course, Hamas. And we're going to have to deal with that. Israel's going to have to deal with that. And a final point, this is not just a war against Israel. This is very much directed at the West, and sadly, it's raising the risk for Americans around the world and in the Middle East.
Yeah. Let me ask you this from another angle, though, Dave, as we wait for a possible ceasefire, and you look at the destruction that has been wrought in Gaza, more than 30,000 civilians killed, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. At what point is the response disproportionate?
Yeah, well, listen, I obviously watch the same clips you do. When you see human suffering and innocent people injured or killed, it's heartbreaking. The source of this pain is Hamas, that has integrated itself into the civilian population. Their explicit strategy is to increase civilian casualties. And Israel certainly has every right to eradicate the risks that destroyed the lives of 1,200 Israelis. Hopefully we're going to be able to find resolution on that soon. I think it's very difficult to imagine Israel letting a military capability continue with Hamas. And so I'll leave it to them to figure out the best timing and path for that. But obviously, I was very gratified to see all the efforts that are being put in place to allow humanitarian corridors, to allow as much humanitarian support as possible into Gaza. And it's absolutely heartbreaking to see not only what happened on October 7th, but to see innocents killed in Gaza. But make no mistake, the root of this, the root cause, the source of this evil, and the culpable party is Hamas.
Dave, before we let you go here, I do want to get your thoughts on the U.S. election this cycle here, especially because you yourself are also on the campaign trail and going around the country looking for fresh donors, new fundraising. What is it about Donald Trump that Wall Street finds attractive at this point? Because we know that even those who have shied away after January 6th, some of them have come back in the fundraising circuit. What is it that they're latching onto?
Well, I think the primary thing is that the country's just going in a really bad direction, and most Americans see it. So the economy I talked about, there's certainly positive economic factors, but for 60% of Americans, they're living paycheck to paycheck, and compounded inflation has really driven, and higher prices have really made it much harder for them to make ends meet. You see it with the border crisis, 10 million illegal migrants coming into the country, a huge national security risk, a huge fentanyl risk. You see this in which we just talked about, the war on oil and gas, which is particularly a big deal for Pennsylvania and many states across our great country. So I think the policies of President Biden are taking us in a terrible direction. And I think that people compare the policies of President Trump with the policies of President Biden and say, you know what, we were better off and our future was much brighter under the leadership of President Trump. I think that's what's happening. That's certainly what's happening on the ground in Pennsylvania. And I'm running as someone who's an independent voice, someone who will fight for the interest of Pennsylvanians, someone who's led in the military, created jobs in Pennsylvania, led companies, and someone who can get into the Senate and make a real difference and be a real advocate for policies that help Pennsylvanians.
We have to leave it there. Dave McCormick, Republican candidate for Senate in Pennsylvania. We thank you for your time today. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about a company with a new investment from sovereign wealth fund Mubadala. We're going to talk with the founder of Aquarian, managing partner Rudy Sahai, and figuring out how he's planning to deploy those funds across credit markets. Stick with us. That story's next. This is Bloomberg.
What's inside your ETF? Is the manager a jack of all trades? Is it run by an algorithm? With the Eaton Vance High Yield ETF, you know what's inside. Inside, you'll find thoughtful bond selection from fixed income specialists with bona fide active management credentials. Get to know what's inside EVHY, now available from Eaton Vance, the symbol of high yield done right.
Sometimes investing can feel like you're going at it alone, especially when it comes to adding crypto to your portfolio. But it doesn't have to be that way. As the world's largest crypto asset manager, you'll find a lot of people holding Grayscale funds, which means you're investing in good company. Grayscale, crypto investing begins here.
Can AI transform the way your people work now?
This is Bloomberg Markets, and I'm Shonali Basak. It's time now for our Wall Street beat. In today's headline, Aquarian raises nearly $1.5 billion from the sovereign wealth fund Mubadala, based in Abu Dhabi. And Aquarian was launched around 2017 by ex-Guggenheim Partners executive Rudy Sahai. He joins me now, and it's interesting because, of course, we know that when you look at a lot of the money being raised for these types of strategies, it is coming from the Middle East. Mubadala is pretty selective when they look at these strategies. Why is insurance and credit right now kind of such a hot ticket? Not just, frankly, from Mubadala and you, many other people. We reported last week that your former boss, Todd Boehly, is doing a very similar thing.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Shonali, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate the opportunity. Let me just give people a quick overview of what we're doing at Aquarian, and then I can answer your question. So the way Aquarian is set up is we're a diversified global holding company. We have an insurance arm that has a strategic portfolio of 5 insurance companies that we own and operate. Sitting next to them as a sister company is an asset manager that manages all of the money for those insurance companies with an orientation towards the liabilities first. I can't speak to what the market is doing or what individual companies are doing, but the opportunity that we see is in the U.S. we hit peak 65 in 2024, which is the baby boomers are retiring at the fastest clip we've ever seen, and they're looking for retirement income solutions, and that's fundamentally the product that we're offering to the market.
Now, it's worth talking a little bit about the credit part, the asset management part of your business, because one thing you've told me before is you might use some of this money to go out, potentially seek acquisitions, expand those credit platforms at a time where credit is seeming to make this massive comeback. And so what types of credit are you looking at more specifically that is showing the most misplaced opportunity in the market?
So fundamentally, the market is limited from a liquidity perspective, and what we have right now is actually quite a bit of liquidity within our segment, and so we're looking at opportunities in real estate, private credit, and general corporate credit as well. The markets about a year ago thought that we were going to be in a higher for shorter period, and we're obviously higher for longer now, and so the way that people had liquidity planned is not what's actually happening today. So we're seeing fantastic opportunities to get paid a phenomenal risk premium relative to what the market thought about a year ago.
Where is that risk premium? Because on one hand, you've seen gobs of money float into private credit, but you are looking both at those liquid credit opportunities and private credit. Is one better than the other right now?
It just depends on the specific company and who's coming to market. It's a credit by credit analysis. It's a credit picker's market at this point. We can't make a blanket industry statement because there are great companies in the private credit market and great companies in the public credit market. You just have to find the diamond in the rough, so to speak.
It's not for the faint of heart here. These are riskier markets sometimes, high yield markets in particular. Yep. How do you think about risk right now as you see signs of weakening in the economy?
So nothing in finance is for the faint of heart, to be completely honest with you. It's a bare knuckle brawl every single day. The way that we're seeing risk is a fundamental mispricing of what people will do outside of your control.
So where's that mispricing?
You see it where people think interest rates will go down sooner than they believed before. The way we look at our risk and the way we manage our portfolio is we're thinking about the individual business and whether that business has the capability to stand for the long term. Our capital has a long-term duration and orientation, and we're looking for the right partners who can execute on that vision.
We only have about a minute left here, but where do you see people maybe flying into risk that they shouldn't be? Asked differently, what are you avoiding?
We start fundamentally, and we look at every single business, every opportunity from the ground up. We don't look at ratings as an indication. We don't look at sectors as an indication, because as you and I both know, stereotypes or broad generalizations often turn out to lead you down a fool's path. What we look at is individual credit, individual opportunities, and we find those unique moments where we can exercise our capital and put it to work in the most powerful way.
Now, that's all well and fine, but how do you know at the end of the day that that analysis is good enough, especially when you're avoiding ratings? Do you not trust the ratings anymore? Is there a problem with how widely they're able to
We trust the ratings implicitly, the way that they're set up. We always have to trust but verify, and that's what a good investor does at all points. And so we make sure we have our own credit orientation first and then follow up on the back end.
That's Rudy Sahay, founder and managing partner at Aquarian. Of course, the latest in the string of asset managers we've seen in this insurance and credit play. Now, I'm Sonali Basak. That does it for Bloomberg Markets. Of course, interesting day in trading today. Yields lower, stocks mixed. This is Bloomberg Markets, and this is Bloomberg.
Recipes written by hand and lost to time are now being analyzed and restored using the power of Dell AI.
AI can help your customer service people resolve issues faster so their customers are even happier.
Another thank you for you.
Thanks.
Those macaroons?
Don't even think about it.
Nope, I'm not thinking about it.
Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Is it me or is work not working? At least, not the way it could work. Your people are buried in busy work. You might be thinking, can AI make it all work? It can. On the ServiceNow platform, AI transforms your entire business. Because when your people work better, everything works better. So, let's get to work.
Idris Elba works here?
Yeah, he's super nice.
By 2030, over half of passenger cars sold in the U.S. will be electric. But for EV adoption to increase further, costs need to come down a lot. Today's connected factories can play a similar role in making EVs more affordable. With the next level network from AT&T Business, manufacturing leaders are using reliable and secure connectivity to create the assembly line of tomorrow, so we can all drive toward a sustainable future.
What's inside your ETF? Is the manager a jack of all trades? Is it run by an algorithm? With the Eaton Vance High Yield ETF, you know what's inside. Inside, you'll find thoughtful bond selection from fixed income specialists with bona fide active management credentials. Get to know what's inside EVHY, now available from Eaton Vance, the symbol of high yield done right.
After that.
Volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
After that.
In New York, I'm Sonali Basak.
And I'm Tim Stenevec. Welcome to Bloomberg Crypto, a look at the people, transactions, and technology shaping the world of decentralized finance.
Tim, Bitcoin is taking a summer slump. It sits at the lowest level in
To some pain in Bitcoin and the wider crypto market. Over the last 7 days, Bitcoin down 4%, all coming at a time, though, when we're seeing new record highs when it comes to equity markets. The S&P 500 hit its 30th record this year just yesterday. In fact, stocks and bonds have delivered better returns than Bitcoin in the second quarter of the year. It's quite a turnaround from what we saw in the first quarter, when digital assets outperformed traditional markets by a significant degree. And it's not just Bitcoin moving lower today. We got Ether and altcoins such as Solana, Tether, Dogecoin all moving lower today as well. Ether down 2.7%, Solana down 6%, Tether just going into the red, moving from green to red just now, and Dogecoin down about 8.2%, Shonali.
And let's zoom out, look at the weekly performance here of Bitcoin, because as you mentioned, it has been seeing quite a slump. It's hit a level last seen in mid-May. Last week's higher for longer messaging from the Federal Reserve does pose a challenge for speculative investments such as crypto. And you could see so much of the love you saw in crypto was earlier this year when you saw the advent of those Bitcoin spot ETFs hit the market here. And you have lost a lot of that steam with the last 3 out of the 4 weeks seeing outflows, Tim.
Well, speaking of outflows and losing steam, that's what we're seeing when it comes to flows for crypto products last week. About $600 million was pulled from digital asset products just last week. This is the most going all the way back to March. This data from CoinShares International. Again, this is all about rates. Traders have scaled back expectations for the Fed to cut rates, posing a challenge for speculative investments such as crypto, Shonali.
And we're going to bring in CoinShares advisor Meltem Demirors here because, of course, we've been talking about that sour mood here in crypto lately, Meltem. And, you know, earlier this year when a lot of people started buying into the market with those ETFs, there was a big question on whether this was the top, whether if you bought in now, you would see a lot of gains in the longer term. How do you answer that?
These are all great questions. I'm calling it sideways summer. We had the winter of our despair. We had some thawing and an incredible 2 quarters with record inflows into ETFs. As of today, 16 billion in net inflows, really blockbuster performance across the 9 US Bitcoin ETFs. I think what we're seeing now is exactly what we saw in March. We had a hawkish FOMC last week, CPI still coming in hot, expectations of rate cuts were being priced in, volatility also really low, trading volumes, we traded 22 billion last week. This week we're looking at around 11 billion in trading volume. So volatility is down, trading volumes are down. I think there's a lot of uncertainty. And again, the question we always look at CoinShares is where are these flows coming from? And the question throughout the summer is going to be, what is the story around flows? Who are these net new buyers? Where are they coming from? And more importantly, what is it they're buying? It's really a tale of 2 cities in crypto. We can dig a bit more into that as well.
Well, what do you know about these new buyers? Where are they coming from? Who are they?
These are great questions. And again, I think what we're seeing this cycle is historically one of the great things about crypto trading data is trading happens on chain, settled on chain. So we have the ability to look at the Bitcoin ledger, the Ethereum ledger, and see where activity was happening. The ETFs have really obfuscated a lot of that data because settlement isn't happening necessarily on chain. Coinbase and some of the other larger authorized participants in these ETFs are not settling until day after. Maybe they're dividing volume between wallets. So it's more challenging to get the data. We get it after the fact. We did get Q1 13F filings from hedge funds, and I was personally shocked that there weren't more large funds buying. We did see a few larger U.S. institutions participating, but by and large, it's still driven by retail and a lot of rotation from people holding assets maybe on-chain or on a Coinbase, rotating into a product that's traded in a brokerage account. And then the second thing we're seeing is a lot of rotation out of the Grayscale products into IBIT, Fidelity ETF, and other lower fee products as well.
Sideways summer, Meltem, but how can you be sure that the next move forward isn't significantly downward?
There's no guarantees in crypto. If there's anything I've learned, I'm always surprised by this industry. What I will say, I think what we've seen is Bitcoin was still up 50% for the year, Ethereum around 40% for the year, despite a slow start in Ether. We're seeing it buoyed by this news of a pending ETH ETF, potentially some flows materializing from there. I think the big question here is with more assets flowing into ETFs versus Bitcoin held on exchanges, for me, the big question is how is Bitcoin going to perform versus alts or these higher risk, sort of longer tail crypto assets, so far performance there, historically, it's Bitcoin runs first and then alts start to run, driven by wealth creation in Bitcoin. Now with money going into the ETFs held on brokerage accounts versus Bitcoin held on crypto exchanges where there's access to these assets on one screen, I think that effect has been greatly minimized. And we see that across the board with underperformance in everything outside of Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Now, Meltem, how do you think through the prospects for Ethereum moving forward? There was a lot of questions around what an ETF would do in terms of drawing new interest into it. But of course, Ethereum is not as widely known as Bitcoin had been for the last several years. How do you think about that dynamic moving forward?
I think this is a really interesting question. I think for institutional allocators, getting comfortable with Bitcoin, for most investors, frankly, Bitcoin's been around for 15 years. It's been widely discussed, widely mocked. Now it's being accepted as an asset. You have Larry Fink, Paul Tudor Jones, some of these luminaries in the world of traditional finance going on and endorsing Bitcoin's role in an investment portfolio. But again, we haven't really seen these massive institutional flows materializing yet. If we look again at 13F filings, if we look at Bitcoin exposure on the institutional side and these disclosures being filed at the end of Q1, still a lot of retail activity. I think with Ether, the story is even more challenging. Awareness of Ethereum, awareness of the supply and demand dynamics of Ethereum, awareness of the growth potential of Ethereum is still limited. That being said, I do think crypto has earned its place in an investment portfolio. I think as more and more institutional investors and the investment banks start to cover Ethereum alongside Bitcoin, perhaps we'll see that narrative materialize. But what I always go back to is price drives narrative. Really, the story in crypto is always price drives narrative. So I think in order for there to be material interest and inflows into Ethereum, we're going to need to see some relative outperformance compared to Bitcoin. And we just haven't seen that yet. Ethereum's really struggled to rally against Bitcoin.
Well, speaking of stories, I'm curious about the next chapter in your story, Meltem, and what comes next for you. Now you're an advisor at CoinShares. Previously, you were chief strategy officer at CoinShares. What's your next move in the space?
That's a great question. There's a lot of things I'm interested in working on, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to continue to stay in asset management and in investments in the crypto space. And when I know Tim, you will be the first person I call, and I'll share it right here with all of your viewers.
That is what we like to hear.
Meltem, thank you so much. That is CoinShares advisor Meltem Demirors with her many interests in crypto. We'll keep an eye on everything she's up to next. Now, coming up, Edith Young joins to discuss the state of crypto venture capital.
And Tether launches a synthetic dollar tied to the price of gold, which has been hitting records all year long.
And to access all the latest data and news on crypto, check out CRY Go on the terminal. This is Bloomberg.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions,
especially for heavy industry.
We're working on solutions in our own operations,
like carbon capture and clean
So
energy
reading
from
into this then,
hydrogen.
the senior American official is set to visit
Believe it
Japan
or
and
not,
the Netherlands to ask
ExxonMobil.
the two countries
And
to
these
add fresh
solutions can help
restrictions on
businesses
China's
like yours.
semiconductor sector,
Or yours.
including on its ability to
yours.
make the high-end memory
Heavy
chips
industry
needed
with
for
low
artificial
emissions.
intelligence.
Let's deliver.
AI can help your customer service people resolve issues faster so their customers are even happier.
Another thank you for you.
Those macaroons?
All right, I'm here in the background here, just so you know. I'll be on stream here in just a minute. I got to make one quick phone call.
What's inside your ETF? Is the manager a jack of all trades? Is it run by an algorithm? With the Eaton Vance High Yield ETF, you know what's inside. Inside, you'll find thoughtful bond selection from fixed income specialists with bona fide active management credentials. Get to know what's inside EVHY, now available from Eaton Vance, the symbol of high yield done right.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
Who's ready for the market to rip, by the way?
To kickstart the European Trading Day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in every weekday at 6 a.m. London time, only on Bloomberg Television.
Yeah, I think it's going to squeeze balls off. Yes, sir. I'm looking at TNX right now.
This June, in honor of Pride Month,
Dixie's kind of a mixed bag. HYG wants to fuck around and find out.
Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month. The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
They're kind of predicting a soft landing, and you see that in both stock prices, which are kind of high, credit spreads, which are kind of low, markets, which are kind of wide open. That's all good. Doesn't tell you what the future is going to be. I think there are a lot of inflationary forces in front of us that, may keep it a little bit higher than people expect. My view is whatever the world is pricing for a soft landing, I think it's probably half that. I think the chance of something going wrong is higher than people think.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In many ways, they always say that kind of the place to understand Bitcoin the least is the United States, and maybe the place to understand it the best is Argentina. But there are many places in the world where you just get a different perspective on how value flows from person to person, and certainly across Europe, there's just so many great development teams working on this problem.
And that's Ledger's Ian Rogers on the show last week after his firm opened its headquarters in Paris. Meanwhile, Australia due to list its first spot Bitcoin ETF on a Thursday. The VanEck Bitcoin ETF will debut on the ASX exchange. Other players vying for a Bitcoin ETF include Beta Shares and DigitalX. Cboe Australia listed a round of Bitcoin funds 2 years ago.
And we're going to discuss the best places to invest in crypto with Race Capital general partner Edith Young. Her firm's portfolio includes Databricks and Solana, just to name a few. And of course, there's a lot going on in the worlds of both of those assets right now. But Edith, if you think about the way that the ecosystem is evolving moving forward, people, of course, in the more mainstream world do look at Bitcoin. They do look at Ethereum with the ETFs. But when you think about the potential for the tokens outside of those two, how do you think about where the next big play would be?
Yeah, so first off, it's so interesting, like for me to hear Meltem with your conversation earlier focus on institutional investor point of view. But from where I come from, sitting in Silicon Valley, we're very paying close attention to sort of like the altcoins of the world. The key thing is, crypto VC is back. I think last quarter is like 2.9 billion, which is been invested to over 600 companies, and about 29% increase quarter over quarter, which is a great sign. But at the same time, I think like the mood is a little bit different than before. I was just chatting with a hedge fund friends in Asia. Alpha 9 was telling me that institutional investor, yes, is excited about Bitcoin and Ethereum, but they do place close attention to altcoin, but a lot more, I guess, more savvy this time. And the key thing is sometimes what institutional investors don't like to see, which is when a VC, which means us, invest too much money in the hundreds and millions of dollars, and when all these tokens are fully vested and unlocked, is not necessarily good for the altcoins. So sort of compared to the last cycle, which I'm continue to be bullish on Solana, and I also place close attention to the Telegram TON token. And those are really like the two sort of from the last cycle, now is still strong and standing. So it will be very, very interesting to see this cycle, when more and more crypto VCs is coming back to market, are they being thoughtful about their investing schedule? Are they really kind of think through the true use case in the venture space, which one of my companies called Human Finance is so interesting to see now using stablecoin. to sort of help with cross-border payment. We're talking about like billions of dollars in transactions. So it's really, really excited to be back in the market.
Edith, I'm wondering when it comes to retail excitement, what you're seeing out there right now and the metrics that you're looking at, because I know it's a cliche, but back in 2021, I would regularly get in an Uber or a Lyft and the driver would talk to me about crypto. That has not happened since the crypto winter.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I just presented a Hong Kong Web3 report and consensus a few weeks ago. The excitement in Austin is definitely not the same compared to Hong Kong or Singapore when I go to other conferences. I think the U.S. mood in terms of regulatory environment is not getting the taxi driver excited about crypto at all for now. But having said that, I do think that things are improving because U.S. government clearly know that we need to do more to make sure that we stay ahead of the game. But I have to say, being
what up, Nuck and Futz? How you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Happy Tuesday.
Go back. Like people are excited. I think in Asia particularly.
A little bit of weakness as we head into this. A little bit of weakness here as we head into the 20-year. You should expect some weakness. It looks to me like let me just take a peek at this. What am I looking at here? Yeah. Tuesday, 1 p.m. 20-year bond auction. Previous on the bond auction was 4.635. 4.635. I saw some talk on Twitter earlier, but I can't recall what they were saying on the bond. Give me one quick second here. Yep. I got some New York style pizza here for my daughters. I guess I'm going to have to wait on that. Okay. Half-hour trigger right here. I will bring up let me go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go in the Discord. If you're not a member, a few things here. So everything we always did before, we still do now free. We doing more now though, costs money, costs time, all that kind of stuff. And so we do have memberships on tradethetrigger.com. For our Discord, for the safety of our community, we began to charge. But in that charge, we have some really cool shit in the Discord now. Two of them is we have the Unusual Whales bot and the Trady Ticks bot, the premium versions. Just that alone, I think is pretty cool. So I think that's worth it all on its own personally. But in Discord, in this Discord, I get to see call and put flow in real time on 0 dates. So I'm going to head over there right now and just see the reaction and put and call buying on this auction. See if we can glean anything from it. So what am I looking at here? Bots. What do I got for the bots? Let's see here. It's okay. Well, we'll do the Unusual Whales. Yeah, baby. We're going to do the Unusual Whales right now. I think Trady Ticks is better than UW. And it's neat to see who uses it too. I'm going to use the market, or was it market waves or tidal waves or something? No.
So in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $13 billion in a 20-year bond sale.
Who's? So this is the crier.
Ratio is 2.5.
I got Market Tide is the one that I want to use, but I'm not using it, I guess. Oh, that is Market Tide. Cool. There we go. Let's see what we can see on Spoos right now in Market Tide.
Also keep in mind.
Put premium. You guys are savages. Holy shit.
Slated at the top.
You guys are loaded to the tits with puts.
Fed President Logan due to be speaking in a moderated.
Oh boy!
In Austin, and no text is expected.
Hold on a second here.
Q&A. As for Fed Kugler, that's Governor Kugler, speaking at a virtual event about the.
You guys are loaded to the tits and puts.
Event hosted by the Peterson Institute.
Loaded to the tits and puts.
For, Kugler at the top of the hour. And for Kugler's speech as well, we do have a live video pinned to her entry in the calendar for anyone interested as well. So just ahead of this 20-year bond sale, which again is also at the top of the hour, just noting a preview here. So given the lower yields and the fair valuations, along with elevated political uncertainty in France, JP Morgan strategists see the auction to require a greater concession from Monday's closing level in order to be digested smoothly. I'll also make note of the latest CFTC positioning data. That shows that speculators were net short around 11.9,000 bond futures contracts.
Sorry about that. I'm going to eat while I'm on stream. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, they are, though. Ah. Is it 12 o'clock where you live? Is it early enough to have a beer? Ooh. Heat wave beer. Oh, yeah. Give me some of that heat wave beer. Bear and pizza, baby. Oh, that sucks, Portland J. Hold on a second. I'm like, hold on a second. No. It's Detroit Pizza Factory. I got it folded. Detroit Pizza Factory. It was all that was open. They roll up the sidewalks in Detroit now. Can't get food after 9 p.m. So last night, we were all running, and no one wanted to cook. It's pretty decent. It's okay. It's not bad. It's not great. That's right, baby got back. I don't like moots. I'm not a fan of moots. Do you like moots or no? Sopino's is okay. They don't really do New York style pizza that good here. They do great Detroit style pizza. They don't really do too well on the New York side. Yeah, they do that here. They like nothing reopened late night here. I miss that. I liked the late hours, hang out with the weirdos at Walmart, late night, that kind of stuff.
Top of the hour, the US is due to sell $13 billion in 20-year bonds. Prior bid to cover was 2.51. Prior high yield 4.635%. Keep in mind, we also expect comments from Fed's Kugler and Fed's Logan as well. Fed's Kugler text is expected, and the live video is available on the feed as well, or at least on the calendar.
I will say this. All those puts that you bought today, they might print them into the close. You might get that print, though, at like 3:30. I don't know if you're going to get them now, but they got to burn them first. They got to torch them, and then they'll print them. So we'll see. It looks like they're hedged on them as of right now. I'm looking at them right now. It looks like you put them on. We went down, traded higher because nobody added any more puts. So you need a reason for us to go down at this point. Otherwise, they'll torch them, and then they might print them like last part of the day. Dude, Cleveland Circle. My God, I haven't heard that fucking word in those words in a long time. What's up, short seller? Cleveland Circle. You talking about New York or Boston? Cleveland Circle in Boston? Short seller ST has got to be from Massachusetts. Got to be. It looks good. It ain't that good, though, in real life. I didn't care for it. Yeah. I know where Cleveland Circle is. I used to go watch movies there when I was a kid in Cleveland Circle. That's right, by BC. I know what you're talking about. I was joking, New York City. I think it's Green Line. Yeah, I think it's Green Line. It's green or no, it's Green Line. I think it's Green Line or Red Line. Red Line is my second guess. I haven't been there in a fucking dog's age. I think, isn't it the end of the Green Line? Yeah, I think it's the end of the Green Line. The end of it. Yeah, red would be my second guess, but I think it's the end of the Green Line. Yeah, I know about Famous Rays. I know about, and the other Famous Rays. Yeah, I know about Famous Rays. That's my favorite pizza. If I can't get a New York style pizza is my jam. Every once in a while, like the Newark pizza, it's okay. It's okay. It's all right. You got to eat it right away. It gets soggy as fuck. We're squeezing right now, baby. Don't panic, bears. Haven't been to Grandpa's Pizza. Never been there. Talk about Bleecker Street. You know where I used to like to get a pizza, but it's not the same pizza that it once was. The same old place in JP. I mean, Regina's was always good years ago, but they're now corporatized too. Even Papagino's back in the day was good. Yeah. What are you guys doing? Panicking right now?
So we're shortly expecting
one biters
bond auction results. 1 minute away from a text.
Yeah, Regina's not the same pizza as it was like in the 70s, 80s, and before all that shit.
Keep in mind the pre-sale when issued yield for the 20-year bond auction will also come out at the top of the hour.
Papagino's back in the day was really good before they got corporatized. They used to only have a few restaurants in Boston. Anybody here ever have pizza at the same old place in JP on Center Street? The same old place. It's not what it once was, but it used to be really good long time ago. Long time ago. Why are we pumping? Because you're all fucking short.
Just in the text release from Google, says monetary policy is sufficiently.
You're all on fucking zero-date puts. That's why.
It would be appropriate to begin easing policy sometime later this year if the economy evolves as expected. Optimistic on productivity growth with a surge in new businesses, and AI is likely to diffuse quickly. Preponderance market data shows supply and demand coming into better balance. Most indicators point to a slow, steady easing in the labor market. If wage growth continues to moderate, it will be soon at levels consistent with price stability. Also says, I'm optimistic that the improving supply and cooling demand will support continued disinflation. Further progress on inflation is likely to be gradual. Inflation still too high, but I am encouraged by the renewed recent progress and trajectory. Policy has more work to do. Judgment will be guided by the data. Watching closely for any signs of labour market deterioration, I expect some cooling of economic activity to continue. Keep in mind the pre-sale when issued yield for that 20-year sale coming up. Pre-sale when issued yield was 4.48% ahead of the auction sale.
4.48% ahead of the auction sale was the pre-sale. The prior was 4.635.
So shortly expecting the results of this 20-year bond auction, where I'll be leading with the bid to cover ratio. Keep in mind expecting possible comments from Fed's Logan as well.
I know you guys need blood.
With the latest and be on the bleeding.
We're getting bear, and we're doing bear today.
Then sign up today and get our special.
You guys need blood. I know you do. You're all fucking loaded to the tits.
Service for the price of 1 month, and say
numbers don't lie. Oh, Roro.
Bid to cover ratio. Excuse me, bid to cover 2.74, 2.74, high rate 4.452%, 4.452%. So the US sells 13 billion in that 20-year sale, awarding 97.08% of bids at high.
Woo!
Dealers take 5.77% of the sale, direct 16.35%, indirect 77.89%.
That was good. 98.7%, taking it at the high.
P500 as well.
I missed the percentage. What did they say the percentage was? I missed it. I got to see what he writes in here. Bullish. B plus B.
Nvidia now tops Microsoft and Apple to become the world's largest stock. So again, that's Nvidia, ticker Nvda, topping Microsoft and Apple.
A plus from Andy. Good.
Largest stock by market cap.
Okay, let's see if they try to get out from being short here. So still be careful of a quick leg down before we go higher. Remember, this normally doesn't favor the bulls. This is normally on an up day. The sellers like to use this as a tool to get us down. People try to get out up here. Maybe we'll do a little swinging like that. Sometimes there'll be a small pullback, then we'll go higher. Whoa! Oh, wouldn't that be nice right there? A little bit of bam right there. Woof! Bam right there. Woof! Bam right there. Woof!
US Treasury.
Whoa, what's that right there? Oh, oh!
Points at 4.462%.
Raro. Don't be too concerned. Normally, you'll see a drawdown really quick. People get out, and then it'll go up. Unless they're really angry today. Unless they're really saucy. We need some news, man. We need some volatility. We just need like somebody. GS was trying to set up some volatility earlier this morning. We need a catalyst. Does it make the ex-div trade any more likely to occur? I'm just waiting for, all I'm waiting for the ex-div trade is for the moment where we break through the hourly trigger. I think I said that, right? You're just waiting for, you're waiting for a pullback to the hourly trigger to fail. It's fairly easy to see, right? You see a bloodbath down here. We break through it violently. Should be right before the close on the ex-div day. When's the ex-div day? Thursday, not Wednesday. And, you know, like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that. To 1:15, 1:30, they'll try it. And then like 2 o'clock, we start really fucking hitting the bags to the downside. And like 3:30 in the afternoon on Thursday. When that ex-div trade timing presents itself, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I'll be taking the trade. I know that. If it shows itself, I will be taking the trade. Oh, I don't think we're dumping. I think we're horse trading right now. They were looking for something worse. They need a minute. They get extra time before you get time. Most of the time. Not every time, but a lot of the time, they get extra time. They get a moment. Not financial advice. Pro traders had you guys got an Nvidia. If you're a pro trader, you got Nvidia charts, right? For me this morning or last night. Did you get Nvidia charts for me this morning? Let me know in the chat.
At 1:20 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Muslim, who will give a speech on the U.S. monetary policy at a CFA Society St. Louis luncheon. It will be followed by a moderated Q&A.
I'm eating on stream. I'm starving. Kids made me something. Yeah, we had it going up today. We had it going up right on the fucking opening bell. We just got to wait for spoos here. We're just waiting now as spoos just grind sideways. You guys are all getting fucking short early. You guys can't control yourselves. You're like, yesterday's high, you were like, slam, 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 slam. It's going to take a day. I think I said the 21st, right? Today's the 18th, isn't it? I could be wrong, though. There is a high risk of, even if we do go up there, some violent moves to the downside. So I guess that's a valid reason. I can respect that thesis. It is Vixperation. That made me scratch my head slightly. You're buying puts on Vixperation when it's already in the dumpster. I'm left a little scratching my head there on that fucking thing. I'll be honest with you. You want SPY to go down on Vixperation? I think you're a little out of your fucking skull on that one. But, to each his own. I'd really like to see VIX go to fucking 0 by 4 p.m. I mean, why not? It's Vixperation. Might as well reset the VIX, right? I played you Bear Tunes earlier. I did it for Ian. What up, Ian? Why not? Who doesn't like buying the VIX when it's in the shithole? I love buying the VIX when it's in the shithole. I mean, they're either going to moon it, right? They're either going to moon the VIX or they're going to bury it. Or reset the VIX. It's kind of looking like it wants to dump, right? Oh, I see. You guys thought. I see it right here. Nope. They murdered the VIX. See that 28th right there? Well, they didn't murder it here. But see, that's where the VIX ramped. So see how look at my cursor down here. So here's the VIX, right? Here's end of Q1.
So shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo operation. And also at 1:20 p.m. Eastern time.
Right there.
From Fed's Muslim, who will give us...
You got a little bit of VIX action up here.
At a CFA Society St. Louis luncheon.
But tomorrow, well, not tomorrow. We're closed tomorrow. So I think the thesis here is that we've got today is the 18th, 19th. We're closed. 20th, 21st. And they're kind of parking this shit. If I had to guess, If I had to guess, I'm looking at this from us being closed on Wednesday. It kind of throws a wrench.
68 counterparties take 375, spot $542 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
So so this short week really does throw a wrench inside of normalcy in predictions. Like expect that, expect this. Maybe we'll see a little bit of that in this. Oh no, sorry, this wasn't Vixperation, my bad. But on the 28th it ramped. Sorry, I'm not fucking this up. So anyway, this is the 28th of March, right? Then the VIX ramped. End of month, right? Vixperation was the 12th of March, maybe? I have to check when Vixperation was in March. Was it the 12th or the 10th? Might have been the 12th. And it got murdered. Then it came back up. I think this is that Wednesday, Thursday. This is the what? The DivX trade. And then it goes back down again. But it really starts to ramp at end of month. So anyway, end of month it ramps. So my thesis here is 21st at the earliest. At the earliest. To the 26th seasonally. But you would get long on the 26th because July is always an up month. Not always, but enough. I could be wrong on that. But trying to figure out, like, with a short week, quarterly Opex, and then you've got Opex and quarterly Opex, but then you've got July usually being a month that pays well from June buying. There's usually like 2 profit-taking times in July. So I think people are early buying puts right now. Although I think it would be kind of cool. I have this like one other notion where I'm like, be kind of cool if they blooded it over Wednesday and Thursday. We like show up to the market and it's bleeding. And then it like dumps at 2 p.m. Like we're bleeding into Thursday. Then we dump Thursday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And then they run that fucker right back up again for the Friday close. Yep.
Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Muslim.
Yeah, market's closed tomorrow. Yes, it is. That's why I'm drinking beer. We're done. Day's over. It's 1:19. The manipulation is done, baby. We're either going up or going down right now. In my view, my vote is up. We're going up. Up, 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 up. And smoke them. Yeah, Uncle JBJ, you know what it is. They don't have a lot of time left, do they?
So Fed's Muslim.
How are they going to get that JPM collar at 55.65? The
inflation.
Time's wasting, baby.
Expanding supply.
Time's wasted.
Have confidence for an interest rate cut. Retail sales data for May suggests aggregate.
Not drinking. I just opened a beer to have a pizza, so
far in the second.
There's no alcohol in this
I'll
thing.
remain vigilant until
it's got like it's like near beer.
Well on its way back.
Utah water.
And if inflation becomes stuck meaningfully above 2% or moves higher, I would support additional policy tightening. These conditions could take months and more likely quarters to play out. I expect some further cooling in the labor market in the coming months, and the labor market no longer seems overheated but remains tight. He expects aggregate consumption to moderate in the coming quarters without stalling and then return to or slightly exceed the trend by 2026. Financial conditions feel accommodative in some parts of the economy, restrictive in others. And it's possible that monetary policy
I do love PBR.
This cycle.
I do love PBR. They're like it's like cheap beer. So I never liked it, and then it's a big ski town beer.
Price index should show welcome downshift of inflation in May.
Then I fell in love with it, like hiking, biking, skiing. You can buy it by the case.
Signs of continued progress on inflation.
It's cheap.
Continued high employment and wage growth should moderate impact of easing.
That's right. It is the Park City,
aggregate demand.
Like Park City, like sometimes has the highest PBR sales in the United States of America. I think Wisconsin just took that crown back from us, but PC had it for years. Oh, yeah, they love PBR. Utah water, baby. Looking for the high tick here first. That's this tick right here. Then you're looking for the next tick right about there. Beep. Next tick right about there. Oh, it's nasty. Don't get me wrong, it ain't pretty. That's like some ham shit. It's an acquired taste. They like PBRs and they like what's the other one? What's the one with the we talked about it on the show once. It's the green bottle with the take the cap off and you read the trivia. Nah, no Tecate. Nope. Roll it now. It's like a Huggy. And Mickey's, baby. Mickey's. Mickey's another big one for skiers. Skiers like Mickey's. Yep. They like hams. Oh, Lone Star is good beer too. If you go to if you're like a ski bum, there's like an image. You didn't make that one quite yet. Come on, a little bit more, another green bar. Yeah, Mickey's is disgusting too. I can't drink that shit. It's nasty. It is gross. Are you guys all long calls now? Did you get out of your fucking puts? You're about to get squozed the fuck out right now. Just a heads up.
And Fed's logo.
If you didn't understand that, you're about to get fucking smoted.
On productivity.
They're gonna run this fucker right up into the bell. Oh yeah, you're getting new highs. Oh yeah, you are. Just don't buy any calls so it doesn't stop. So it stops. Stay long puts, please. Your body is ready for this. Is are we green yet in the day? Oh yeah, we're green, right? At least by cash market open, we're green. We're green, baby. Spooz is green. What up, spicy machagis? Yeah, dude, let's just get the caller, man. Why not? We're there, right? I'm gonna fucking ride all the way up here and not slap it. You gonna ride all up in here and not slap that fucking thing? We're already here. I'll post that on Twitter. Oh, fuck yeah, I'll play it for you today. Fuck yeah, I will. Yes, I'll play it for you today. We get all-time highs today. I will play you Slap That Ass. I keep looking at it every day, and I'm like, we're gonna do the stupid shit, aren't we? Up 5% in a day. Like, we're just gonna come in one day and we're up 5%. I was measuring it out last week, and I was like, fuck, we can do this, and we can do this in 6 sessions. Easy. Any one of these sessions from now into end of month, I would not be shocked. Up 5%. We probably have 80% chance of that happening.
Fed slogan says inflation is
pretty high.
But we have made tremendous progress.
We're looking at 80% chance you will wake up one of these days in the next, week and a half. We're going to be up like 5%. I think it's 3.5. I think it's like 3.5%.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro.
Sam, I have done what I needed to do, and you're just waiting at this point.
And Logan,
I have 2 meetings, and then I've got a discussion. I'll follow up with you today just to give you an update. Don't worry, bro. We got bureaucracy around these parts. I'm having a PBR right now.
Data, but we will need several.
So celebrate Juneteenth.
We're heading to 2%, and I'll be watching data in the coming months quite closely.
I see people like make derogatory comments about classes of people or maybe the color of their skin or stuff like that. I don't know why you wouldn't want to lift those people up. I always question that. Why you wouldn't want to lift those people up. Become their friend, real friend. Become your friend for life. You got Natty Lights? Right on. I used to drink that. I drank Natty Lights in college. I drank Natty Ice, too. Natty Ice and Natty Lights. They were cheap, dirt cheap. Yep, production bear, absolutely. Yo, you like dark IPAs? I like a good beer, but it's situational for me. It reminds me of pickles. I know everybody likes pickles. I don't normally like pickles unless it's contextual. And I like really good pickles. And they're contextual for me. There's things they go with or on. Some people just like eating pickles. I don't. Beer is the same way for me. I love a good beer, but it's situational. But I love I always liked having
before the pandemic,
like a lawnmower beer. So if I'm outside working, or if I'm outside doing something, or just quick ice cold light beer. Thanks. Okay. I don't know if that was a shadow slight, but contextual. I like a good lawnmower beer. Like a good, you're out back doing something or had a long ass day, just want to drink a beer, not get shit faced. I drink one of those IPAs. I'm fucking drunk. I feel like I ate a dinner. I like Kolsch. I like, what else do I like? I love Summer Bears. I do all Summer Bears. Like, I love Summer Bear. Any kind of high-end Summer Beer I like it. I love Bubbles. I love Champers, Blanc de Blancs, any of that kind of stuff. And I don't believe that any bottle of rosé should make it out of first-year production. I don't drink a lot of red wine anymore, too heavy. I don't drink a lot of booze anymore either. I used to love bourbon. I used to love a bunch of different shit. I went through single malts for a while, and I went through like phases of trying different liquors. No more liquor, though. Very, very infrequently that I drink a ton of liquor. It's too heavy for me at this age.
Fed's Kugler says we have seen an increase in delinquencies, indicating that households are being stretched.
I was a red wine drinker for a long time. Drank a lot of good. I love Spanish reds. I can't afford French reds, but I love them. I don't like American reds typically, but that's because I've drank a lot of wine. I've drank a lot of good wine from the U.S. around the world, actually. So I find find American red wine to be childish. I shouldn't say that on stream, but and I've drank everything. I've drank the best wines you could ever think of, most expensive. I've drank them all. Mostly because I was rich. Mostly because I know people that are either winemakers or distributors, stuff like that. A lot of my career was spent around those people, so spent a lot of time around either people that were wealthy that wanted to share so that I could have the feds. Because a lot of it was a part of my job, right? You have to know this stuff so that you can say this is actually what's really good and this is actually dog shit. You have to know more than your local SOM.
The balance sheet unwind.
Your local level 1, 2, or a lot of level 3 SOMs don't actually know what they're talking about either. But that's not their fault. It's more a matter of exposure. Limited release wines, you don't get many of them. They're hard to find. Even when you can find them, they're hard to drink or to get access to drink them. And that doesn't mean that it's expensive either. There's a lot of wine out there that is not that expensive, but it's hard to get because they're just limited in how much they make. Oftentimes to get I forget what it's called anymore, but it's called something, not a requisition, but there's a word for it. So basically, if you travel to, I would say this, if you have some money.
Fed's Logan says we are seeing the economy coming into better balance, but I'm still worried about the upside risks to inflation.
The way for you to drink great wine, there's two ways to drink great wine. The first way would be the expensive way.
Supply chain issues.
Is to go to Europe and meet the wine growers, the small growers in like Italy and Spain. France, not so much. There's a lot of like demand for French wine. Austria, those kind of places, you can really meet some great winemakers, and you'll get an allocation because you went there. They know you're serious. You know, a bottle of wine that might cost or it's just rare. You can get allocations that way. There's another way to do it that's even cheaper though. This is not going to be easy either. Wherever you live, you're going to hear that restaurants have great wine lists, or that wine bars are this or that or whatever. And a lot of it is bullshit. A lot of it is distributors and horrible wine programs. It's just garbage. But if you find a good wine-based restaurant or wine-based store restaurant, someone that's selling retail wine along with a restaurant, someplace you can eat, that's the place that you find. And then what you do is you go there and you try to meet the owner. If it's small enough and the owner cares about wine in a big way, they'll have big wine dinners and wine tastings. You hang out long enough, you're going to meet all those onophiles, and they'll be wealthy, and they'll be so interested in it that they'll start having you taste their shit. That's the cheap way to do it. They'll get allocations when no one else will, and they'll always offer those allocations to their community. So you can get allocated some gangster shit for like dirt fucking cheap. And it ain't American wine. And it's fucking banging. Like, these are wines that'll blow your fucking socks off. What's going on, Career Low? Are you drooling for a glass of wine right now or no? Oh, bear signs? Is he throwing bear gang signs in the chat? Slashing bear gang signs? Like fucking bears, bro. Not today. We're targeting 450 via the brief. We're targeting 450, 450, or 450, 550.33. And then we're targeting 552.40. I think this was your dip right here. I think you got your dip. I think your dip is done. We have a shortened week, so things are kind of weird right now. Are we actually going to get a pullback or not? Who's ready for some music? Wait a minute there. What was that? We still haven't hit it yet. Can't be teasing me yet. What's that up? What the fuck is that up there? What's that up there? What's this? What the fuck is that up there? Where'd that come from? Oh, you're gonna try to pull a tweezer on me? You fucking old fucking traditional chartists out there. Oh, that's a tweezer right there. I don't know if it's gonna get reversed. Yeah, dude, like nice hot day like today. Ice cold rosé. Ooh, some French rosé. Oh man. A bunch of bottles on ice. What do you got? A wind sail above us? Big barbecue spit with a lamb on it somewhere. Barbecue spit's going. People are cracking bottles of rosé. Got a band playing over in the corner. It's hot, but there's a cool breeze coming over us. What up, Bullshite? What up, brother? Good to see you. Prague 3739's over in the corner on the spit, turning the spit with a Colt 45. That's right, that's right, that's right.
Fed's Muslim says the Fed targets consumer prices and not housing prices.
Woo! Climbing the wall of worry. Time we got over here, 6 p.m. Right there. Right there. Climb that wall of worry. Climb that wall of worry, baby.
Stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Well, we beat that. Let's take a look at SPX Gamma really quick. I'm going to leave it on this right here so we can watch it, okay? This is SPX Gamma. We're going to keep an eye on this, because we know that they're going to try to... We're going to leave this up here. Hold on here. I'm going to leave this on SPX Gamma just so we can be aware of where some resistance is. I'm going to make this kind of big for you. Can I make this any larger so that we can see it? If we are going to squeeze up, we want to know where that yellow line is right there. If we roll, we'll look down lower, but if we're going to squeeze up, we want to see where top is. Where is the top? Oh, almost. 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 Oh, oh, you can do it. You can do it, Bobby.
Fed's Muslim says artificial intelligence
You can do it, Bobby.
widely will have material productivity impacts over the long term.
You can do it, Bobby. Oh, yeah. Miro's in the house right now. Miro's in the house right now. What up, Miro? I see you out there in FinTwit. Ain't nobody got time for that. I love that meme. Ain't nobody got time for that. We're going all the way up.
Fed's Muslim says, I'm really welcome to the news that the labour market has been rebalancing.
Little bit more.
Fed's Muslim says, I am watching the labour market for signs of any unexpected deterioration. I'm not seeing those signs at the moment.
Whoa! worry. Whoa. Man. Well, if you felt like you didn't get a chance, if you felt like you didn't get a chance to short the top, if you felt like, you missed the top yesterday, guess what? Take a guess.
Fed's Kugler, when asked why not to cut at the next meeting, said
Take a
on
guess.
both sides of the mandate.
And you have another chance. Celebrating all-time highs. All-time highs, baby. Spoons. How's them Q's doing over there? Oh, what's them Q's doing over there? Trying to roll us down here. Bam. We're going to get that big old push up. We held the hourly trigger on Q's, by the way. This is how we're doing. We're holding the Q's, right? Whoa, hold on there. It's really, really loud. You want to see that big old push up, right? They tried to sell you down here today. Wham! Held the dodging and weaving Q's. Want to make that monster move up there and trade 490? Is that what you want, that 490?
Fed's Kugler says, contrary to the rest of the world, there has been quite a bit of resiliency in the US economy.
Hourly trigger now crossing the pivot point at 545.75. Booze climbing the wall of worry. We're going to murder the VIX on Vixperation.
Probably expecting massive Fed
My God, that was hot. That was hot. We got David AMS's old school gangster top one. Trading on the half an hour trigger right here. Same place we launched off right now. Let's see if that's that trade or not. Are you buying this? Let me ask you that. It's got all-time highs. Flush all the way down right here. CBO forecasts U.S. fiscal 2024 federal deficit at 1.115 trillion, up 408 billion from the February forecast. Are you buying this dip or no? Let me know if you think we're going higher into the end of the day or not. Do you think they blood this down or not? Does the half an hour trigger hold? They've tried to sell it there all day long. They tried right here. Didn't get it. They're trying again right now. Do they get it this time? Or not? Do we trade 50-50, 50-52? They've been angry all day long, baby. All day long. Trying all day long to send this down to the depths of hell. Look at that rage down there. Woo! Pure rage. Oh, hold on there. Pure rage of that 1, 2, and 3. Slide that right there.
Fed Scoresby says the inflation number that came out during last week's meeting was excellent.
Slide that back so you can see it over there. Do you think that was it? Is that your high? Is that the high?
And Goolsby says, hopefully we'll see more data like that.
No, we've held the half-hour trigger every time they come back to it. We trade off of it. Do you think that was the high? Tell me in the chat. Do you think that's the high? Do you think that's it? You told me yesterday that was the high. Is that the high? I think they're flushing you here is what I think. I think they're getting the fuck on out as we go up. Turn the music back on. Hold on, I'll turn the music back on. I'll give you a second. Hold on 1 second here. Oh, I'm going to play a song called When We Dip by Kaput. Give me the London low, baby. Sweep the London low. All right, so it looks like we tagged that mark down there. me slide that over for you, buddy. Put that right there for you so they can get long. A second beer. It's right here. It's unopened. We cracked that bad boy. Let me know who said in the chat that was the top. What are you doing, Bears? Hold on here. This is PT1 right here. That's PT1. My bad. 550.33. I got that wrong. My bad. It was higher than I said. I just had to do some quick napkin math there on SPX. Make sure I had it right. Funnel a bear? I can't get shit faced. I gotta matter of fact, I gotta take a break. I gotta make a call. I made a call early and they didn't answer. We're going up, by the way. We're going that way. I think we're going that way. That was a nice little flush though down here. Woof. Go tell Bob in the basement I'm short and get this the fuck out. How do we do that, boss? Tell him to sell fucking 50 million. I mean, that's a dealer right now. So let me show you guys something. Hold on a second here. Let me show you guys something kind of cool. So like every time, we're going to do, every time we do this, it's going to be like this. As the week progresses, we're going to get like an all-time high and they're going to sell into you. Do you know why that is? Do you know why that is? I'll show you guys. I'll explain it to you. I like to shit post a lot, but I'll show you what's up. Hang tight here. You're in the wrong one. That's the wrong one too. Hang tight. What am I looking for here? Okay, let me show you this. You can get this anywhere. You can get this. You can actually do the math yourself. We'll go look at something here. Okay, so here's the thesis, all right? So here's the thesis. We have a short week. All right, so we don't normally have a day off on a quarterly Opex, whatever you want to say. So under normal circumstances, I'd be like, yeah, I can expect this or expect that, and this should happen. So pretend not knowing that tomorrow's off, right? Where we are, the market is where it should be right now. Right now is where it should be. We have a short day, so or at least until end of Friday. Now, this is what I want to show you. So, I don't know if you can see this or not, but can I make this bigger? I don't know. Let me see if I can make this any larger. Make this larger, I think, for you to see. Okay. So you can get this from Spot Gamma. You can get it from this. This one comes from Gamma Labs. You can get it wherever you want. You can actually do the math yourself. It's fairly easy to do the math. You can look on the internet and figure it out for yourself. But what I want to show you here is something important. Okay, so we'll move this. We'll move this right here. So you see how we're peaking up here? This is 1500 net gamma on SPX. Whenever we get these readings up here, it's usually a sign of a top. And you can also see there's also some other information here, right? You see like a rounded, an expectation of that kind of stuff, right? You can kind of see the curve right here. You kind of see the curve right here, right? You can kind of track a curve, right? And we're out of the curve right now, aren't we? We're out of the curve, right? And you see these like spikes. Right? You see the spikes? Whenever you see these spikes, it usually signifies a market top. Not necessarily we're going to bleed and crash. That would be down here. These dark blue bars on the bottom. Things get ugly. But at least for the midterm, we're topping is the point, right? But we have a short week. So I can't really rely upon this fully, can I? SPOOs and Qs and individual tickers are doing some weird things. Yesterday, we didn't have a pullback. We just ripped. So with that short day coming into today, if we didn't have a short week, I would say yesterday that was the top. But that's not the case today, is it? We just had a new high. So this bar is likely going to shoot up today, isn't it? Today's bar will be higher. But we're so close to that top that, it could happen today or tomorrow. And regardless of that, you're going to expect violent moves in SPY as we do this, the process of rolling over and down. Now, let me show you some similar price action in time. So right here, we got a top here. I'm going to give you some dates here. This is like May 25th, May 24th. This one right here is what? Roughly December 15th, 13th, 15th. This one right here is roughly June 10th of 23. June 10th of 23. This is November 15th, 16th of 2023. This one is December 15th of 2023. This one right here, of course, I said to you already, is May 23rd-ish. And this one was yesterday. So, topically, we should be there. Theoretically, if this wasn't quarterly Opex week, right? We got another Opex week. We got end of month week. We got Opex and Copex, Quapex, quad witching, triple witching, whatever you want to call it. Well, it's not on the same day anymore, Cap, so it's not quarterly or it's not quadruple witching. You can call it whatever you want. We know what it is. We don't normally get a day off in this time period. So, was yesterday the top? Maybe not. If we didn't have all this stuff going on, Vixperation today, I would normally say to you on yesterday's close, yeah, that's fucking top. And they cut down yesterday. They didn't pull back yesterday. They made a mad dash for the top. Wham! And we got the JPM collar up there, right? 55.65 for end of month. So there's like a lot of questions, uncertainties. I wrote a brief last night and I said, I have a crystal ball, but it's kind of cloudy right now. I can't call it either way. And I can't call it because of all of this shit we got going on. We got the collar, we got Vixperation, we got quarterly Opex, we got a day off. We got compressed time to get things done and not enough time to get it done in. But it does introduce volatility into the market. And it should begin today. Now, I don't know if we can go down right now. I don't think we can. Because of all of this compression and where we are in price. I'd really like to see us at 550 or 5,500. I'd really like to have seen us at this point, at least for right now. Let's look at it. So this is Gamma, by the way. And I'd really by Friday, anytime between now and Friday, would like to see us slam that 5,500. It's a magnet. It's resistance. It's 155 million. Even though we're at the top, I'd like to see us slam into it. And why? Because I'd like to see us slam in to 55.65 by end of month. Right? And even if we have a pullback, where is it to? 54.45 maybe? Then a slam into it for end of month. So, I would expect volatility and move up to those numbers. That's the expectation. Now, if we were in any other circumstance, right? Any other circumstance, I would have said to you, yesterday was the top. I even said it as we were leaving yesterday. I said, we were wrapping up the stream, and I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think that's the top. And what did we just get? Another all-time high. So he just tagged another all-time high right here. And you see how vengeful they're getting. Who is this right here? You think this is shorts? It's not. It's fucking dealers. It's fucking dealers. It's dealers selling into this. They're literally deleveraging their exposure as we come into this end of quarter. So I think it's a bumpy ride, but I don't think we're done going up there, and I don't think they're done deleveraging until we get up there. Does that make any sense at all? So they'll sell into us as we make our way up there. But these contracts are still on until the 28th. This Friday. Right? This Friday, we got a bunch of contracts ending on the 21st. So you would have Gamma come off the market. The market would be allowed to do what it wants. So right now, the market wants to go up. And every time we go up, dealers are selling into it. And then, Friday, you get a little bit of freedom. Your next bout of freedom is the 28th. But we know that magnet stands up there for the 28th. So I don't know what's going on right now, but I'm assuming we're going to climb the wall of worry into the end of today. Does that make any sense to any of you out there or not? Do I sound crazy? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe I'm crazy. Now, there's some other cool things at play here, too. There's some other cool things at play here, too. As we head into Friday, there's an expectation that short calls on spreads will print. And I mean that by, if you're short calls, the price of SPY is going to bleed down. So if you've held monthly or quarterly spreads, you don't want your short calls in the money, do you? You're not in the money for the calls, but you don't want the price of SPY in the money and have your calls taken away from you. So there's a bunch of Theta Gang and there's a bunch of complex spread holders that do not want to see the price of SPY at 5,500 and for fucking shit sure not at 5,600. So they're going to rage at you. And what do we know is happening right now? What do we know is happening right now? Every end of quarter for the last year and a half, no matter what happens on the short call end of those spreads, where we're supposed to go down over them as they deteriorate, right? There's some professionals out there. I don't know who they are, some hedge funds. And they're buying up physical SPY and running it up into Thursday close. So between now and Thursday, there's a trap here for sellers. Does that make sense? There's a trap here for sellers. There's a trap here for short calls. Anyone with short calls out there on their underlying SPY position. And there's a trap. There's a buyer out there. I don't know who this fucking buyer is. Nobody seems to know. But I guess they're professionals. And then they dump the market. They dump the shares back on the market on Friday. Friday right at open. And that's when you can get your blood. So you ain't getting shit, in my view, until Friday at 9 a.m., 9:30 a.m. And every dip will be bought. And every time they come in and do this shit this week, they blood this down or they blood this down here, it ain't going to matter. You're going to buy it right back up. And if you're one of those people, right, that are short calls, you are fucked. I promise you. Or at least for Thursday, you're fucked. You're pretty much fucked. They're going to steal all of those. They're going to steal all of your dividend away from you. You can have it back as it bleeds down to the depths of hell. So every time this dumps down to the half-an-hour trigger, hourly trigger, maybe a little bit deeper on Thursday, maybe 5:45 on Thursday. We're going to catch that ex-div, I think. And we're going to murder the VIX while we're at it. We're going to do all that. We ain't get a lot of time. Ain't nobody got time for that. 2:29 in the afternoon. Give me a half an hour, and I will be back with you to give you an expectation for tomorrow. So you have an not for tomorrow, excuse me, for Thursday. I'll give you an expectation for Thursday and Friday. But I want to explain this to you because there's some mechanics going on in the background. And that's why I'm so bullish. I'm like, nah, this shit ain't happening. Between now and fucking Friday, they're gonna run this month, or they're gonna run it up. Right around like the 545 to 550, and we're likely going to be trading the call wall at 5,500. We're pretty close to it, so we're likely going to trade this into, in my view, even with the volatility, we're going to trade that 5,500 in SPX. In my view. I'm going to tell you guys something very serious here. Do not enter any trade, short calls that expire on Thursday. Even if it doesn't work, there's I don't know who they are, what they're doing, but they're doing it. It's clear as day. You can see it. It's crystal fucking clear. Do not get into any trade that your short calls on expiry.
Settle at
you can get in some big ass trouble. You'd be in some dirt trouble.
July futures settle at $2.48.
Or it could be a high probability, like a 70% chance you're fucked. So don't do it.
$2.90.
So give me a half an hour. It's 2:30 in the afternoon. I got to make a call. I have to make a call and schedule something for tomorrow.
Crude futures settle at $81.57 a barrel. That's up $1.24 or 1.54%.
I would say if you're looking for that blood, I would be looking for 9:30 a.m. on Friday, on the 21st. That's what I would think or hope. Not guaranteed, but I hope.
Do you want to?
I hope you get some downside action like 21st to the 26th.
Then sign up.
But I wouldn't expect that much.
Or Financial Juice Pro.
Maybe 550 to 5450, maybe 50 points down
2%
on SPX. If you're lucky. If you're lucky. In July, man, they're gonna ramp this fucker. I think they are. I'm pretty close, pretty positive at this point. We're gonna go to Party Town. We're like, I don't even know. I don't want to say this publicly until it's guaranteed. But like, we are so right there. If we flip to that scenario, I posted it last night. I posted for you guys a PE ratio. I'm telling you guys, if we go up into that move, you might want to be in indexes. I would recommend indexes over. I would be careful of meme stocks. Certainly, are riskiest. At least in the end of year, maybe end of year. You might get away with it until December. I'm gonna give you guys a bunch of warnings. Like when we get into December or January, I would leave all meme stocks, spec growth. I would turn CNBC off. They will begin to deleverage that stuff. They could do it in whatever pullback we have for the election volatility. Whenever we get to that point, I'll talk to you more about it. But you can see this like mad dash, this mad like bubble trade. We'll talk more about it. We're not there yet, though. But if we do go there, it's going to get violent, and you'd do best sticking to the indexes. Yeah, CNBC. I'm not gonna issue that warning yet, but when we get into December, right? Or it could be the election, either the election or December. They're gonna come out and tell you in January and February that there's still more to go on these tickers, and there likely isn't. We'll talk more about it later. No, this is when you get late stage bull runs, they have been talking about it. You want to be in quality, but then they're gonna they're gonna go on CNBC and sell their ohm too. They want to sell into you. Dude, I'm having problems with I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not happy right now with either of those. I'm not happy either. I'm with you on that. I'm thinking about running something with IBKR. I'm done. I really am. I'm fucking done. Just give me a half an hour. I'll be right back with you guys. I'll have a brief for you what to expect so that you can be positioned properly into Thursday. My briefs do change. I want you to know that. I'll put a brief out on stream, and then at 9 p.m., if something changes, I write a different brief. So it's the best that I can give to you with limited information into the close. I do try to give you the best idea that I can give you. But in my perspective, we should have a little bit more volatility after today, downside moves and upside moves, but ultimately resolves to 5,500 by close of Thursday, open of Friday. All right, right back with you guys. Just give me like 15, 20 minutes.
Is the manager a jack of all trades? Is it run by an algorithm? With the Eaton Vance High Yield ETF, you know what's inside. Inside, you'll find thoughtful bond selection from fixed income specialists with bona fide active management credentials. Get to know what's inside EVHY, now available from Eaton Vance, the symbol of high yield done right.
If you listen carefully, you'll hear a rhythm in the markets. The markets compose their own tunes, and once you learn to listen for them, you'll catch yourself humming along.
Ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in every weekday at 6 a.m. London time, only on Bloomberg Television.
Arch has laid plenty of groundwork for future revenue, but for now, Mark Messler's most pressing challenge as CFO is conserving capital.
You have to have the short-term discipline to sort of circle the wagons around cash. I mean, cash is oxygen. I know where every ounce of cash is going, and but we also have to be nimble around that as well because things change by the day.
Archer went public in 2021 in a reverse merger with a SPAC, Ken Moelis's Atlas Crest Investments. Through August 2023, the company raised over $1 billion from investors including Stellantis, Boeing, United Airlines, and Cathie Wood's ARK Investment Management.
Does that ARK investment open doors for you to bring in different kinds of institutional money going forward?
It does. I mean, I think there's a lot of credibility that comes in with an investor like ARK. As I think about, my top targeted list of investors over the next 2 to 3 years, an investment like that gives us some credibility and gives us a little bit of staying power as I go in and talk to other investors.
With the SPAC pipe now closed, Archer's facing a new phase of raising capital.
I know the folks who aren't willing to invest right now may have large pockets of investment in the future. So I want to be in front of them. I'm wanting to show them progress. I want to create credibility with them that we are marching towards our goals of commercialization.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
Fed was going to keep rain World Cup. This is a 3
as the economic picture,
covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
They're kind of predicting a soft landing, and you see that in both stock prices, which are kind of high, credit spreads, which are kind of low, markets, which are kind of wide open. That's all good. Doesn't tell you what the future is going to be. But I think there are a lot of inflationary forces in front of us that may keep it a little bit higher than people expect. My view is whatever the world is pricing in for a soft landing, I think it's probably half that. I think the chance of something going wrong is higher than people think.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got a rally in Nvidia shares. That is helping push stocks toward another record. Traders are betting the potential for Fed rate cuts will keep fueling the industry that has driven market gains this year. Here's where we stand right now with the S&P up 7, gain there of 0.1%. The Dow, little change now, up 8 points, up less than 0.1%. NASDAQ now in the red, falling 8 points, little changed as well, down less than 0.1%. 10-year 4.22% with the 2-year now yielding 4.70%. And we have got West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.3%. Spot gold right now higher by about 0.5%. Nvidia shares powering higher as Nvidia tops Microsoft and Apple to become the world's largest stock. Right now we do have shares of Nvidia advancing by 3.5%. Recapping S&P up 7, a gain of 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, a little bit of a setup here. U.S. fund managers suffering their worst ever quarter for ESG-focused products as the price and actually the pace of client redemptions intensified. Client withdrawals from U.S. funds targeting ESG, environmental, social, and governance goals, reaching $8.8 billion in the first 3 months of 2024. Tim, this is all according to data, fresh data from Morningstar.
Okay, the bottom line here is that for 11 of the past 12 quarters, clients have redeemed cash from actively managed funds, registering as, quote, promoting ESG goals. That's according to data from Morningstar.
Yeah, and it all really indicates kind of a recalibration underway in an investing forum that from the get-go is supposed to favor the active selection and deselection of assets. So let's see what our next guest has to say about it, because he's doing his own recalibration. Joining us now is Jason Britton. He's the founder and chief investment officer at the registered investment advisor Reflection Asset Management. They've got about $5.9 billion in assets under management. And Jason joining us right here in our studio. Welcome, welcome. You believe in ESG, but you are doing a rebrand. Why?
So I believe in the concept of what ESG is supposed to be. My challenge has been in its execution. So we're actually rebranding it to actually reflect what an investor is supposed to look at. ESG data historically has been from a business management decision tool perspective. Where are companies experiencing materiality risks to their business model? Nothing to do with how you'd select a security or why it should be in an investor's portfolio. So I'm actually pleased to see those outflows because I hope they're going to smarter places.
Does it need a label, though, or does the market take care of ESG on its own? So, does money go toward the places where decarbonization is happening without us calling it ESG?
So I think it does. I was just having a conversation with one of my colleagues, and the companies that are doing the quote-unquote right thing, thinking about their environmental footprint, thinking about bringing down supply chain miles and managing inputs, throughputs, and outputs, that's just good business, right? Classically trained economists, you want to do more with less. I do think it does need a moniker switch, and I do think it does need marketing because it's such a passion for young people. I mean, something like 76% of women, regardless of gender, and 80+% of millennials and Gen Z align their personal preferences with it on the spending side and want to see their assets managed that way.
Well, and maybe it got lost in impact investing. To me makes more sense. Like, is it having an impact badly or negatively? But we could get into a big debate. You have your own acronym, C. Talk us through it.
So C for us is stakeholder, environment, and ethos. So what we're looking at is we want to understand how a company is being managed and is it thoughtful to its various stakeholders. We're talking about its employees, we're talking about shareholders, we're talking about customers. When we look at its E, for the environment, that's traditional. That's the same. You're looking at managing your footprint. You're looking at being in industries that are heavily polluting, where you want to be thoughtful around limited resources. And then finally, the ethos. We call that the culture fit, right? Culture is a huge issue. It's #1 driver in terms of, if you look at all the kids who are coming out of the top 10 business schools, they're really concerned about the perception and how that organization is viewed out in the world. And for us, that's essentially assigning a corporation a personality, right? Physician's desk reference. Is it a homicidal maniac or a friend you'd bring over for dinner?
Okay, let's talk individual companies here. Just top of mind for me is a company like Tesla, for example, because from the perspective of environment, I think many people would argue, wow, it's doing the right thing. It's getting a lot of people to think about EVs. It certainly moved the needle when it came to global EVs. But from a governance perspective, or maybe you would say from a stakeholder's perspective, not everyone agrees with the way that Elon Musk runs the company, and the recently approved, once again, pay package that is just massive, $56 billion. How do you see Tesla fitting into your framework?
So in my particular framework, Tesla does a whole lot better than some of the other challenges and things that have been reported recently. I mean, when you have, and I think it's MSCI, but don't hold me to it, it might be S&P, have put out a report where ExxonMobil and Philip Morris both score better than Tesla on a lot of these criteria, and that's just nonsensical. I mean, I guess there are reasons for it if you're looking at it depending on how you're weighting the S versus the E versus the G. And that's my other problem, back to your question. It's a black box. They don't tell you how those ratings and those methodologies work. Ours is straightforward. It's peer-to-peer by sector, force ranked by quartile. I mean, even the most average retail investor can understand you're the first quartile, you're the second quartile, or you're the bottom half. The rest of it is just sort of industry averages and lots of smoke and mirrors in marketing. I do think that there are some challenges as it relates to the labor issues around Tesla. There are challenges around outsized pay.
In the past.
Not that I necessarily think that when you have a stock incentive and you hit those targets, that was the board's decision, and that is, in fact, good governance.
But what about a CEO who says some very controversial things? And
or maybe CEO of several different companies and not have full attention on that one company.
Right, like how would you, in terms of culture fit?
Well, so those are two things there, right? So culture is how he's managing the company. Whether or not he's behaving appropriately and saying some pretty outlandish and ridiculous things through his X account are different issues. Thank goodness, you know, being an idiot and having a very loud and very controversial opinion is not yet something that we've figured out how to put into financial models.
Okay, but should we?
I mean, I've always been a proponent of trying to be able to figure out how do you charge back for pollution? How do you really put the dollars and cents where they belong? That's the math.
Well, it's funny because, you know, we have these conversations, Jason, that it's like, here's a company that's doing something really well, protecting the environment, doing the right thing, but maybe their financials aren't so good. Do you put that in your portfolio?
So I don't. Right, some other folks would. So when I want to be clear, when we talk about the C methodology and the technology business that we built, which is Reflect Values, which helps financial advisors do what we do, but with their clients on their desktop, we're focused on the traditional fundamentals. It's got to be a good stock anyway. And then we're using these additional C criteria to separate the wheat from the chaff. It's not instead of. You can't just be an ESG company. They call that philanthropy, like it's the Red Cross. If you just want things that are well-intentioned and doing great things in the world, write a check to that. If you're looking to have your investments managed in a way and look at data that's different than what other people might be looking at, seize your methodology.
There's one name that we're dying to ask you about.
Nvidia. Carol and I were talking about it earlier. Look, it's a company that is the most valuable company in the world right now.
Today, for the moment.
For the moment.
What was the last tick?
There are some questions about ESG, or I don't want to call it ESG, SEE, right, Carol?
Like, Jason, you like this name, and you would put this in. It is in your portfolio.
It is in the portfolio.
Do you think about the impact that the people are buying all these chips to run these data centers that are going to use up a lot of energy? There's a lot of controversy over that. You could also go into, you know, we don't know exactly AI and its next iterations, current iterations, the impact it's going to have on deep fakes, misinformation, the impact negatively it could have on society. So how do you cross that with your metrics?
So there are three issues in play there. One is when you're looking at energy use and energy consumption. I'm looking at not just the AI names that sort of have already run up the big five.
Yeah.
What's interesting to me is the second and third derivative. So it's those companies that are building these data centers that are more efficient, more energy efficient, and also more efficient from a footprint perspective, right? There's no reason that they need to be these million square feet behemoths that are pulling all this different power. There are lots of other ways to think about that. Look at companies like Caterpillar and other places where they're building these more efficient power distribution and power storage. I would also take to the second part of that, which is when you're looking at the ethics side of the AI business, consumer privacy and what happened with Jennifer Lawrence and some of the issues that around, OpenAI, those are real issues. I don't necessarily think they're AI specific issues.
Do you mean Scarlett Johansson?
Yeah, I beg your pardon, yes.
Which they've denied, we should know.
Correct.
Yeah.
They have denied.
Sam Altman has denied that.
Yes.
But to be continued. So Nvidia, yes, no in your portfolio?
So yes,
Just
it is in the
quickly.
portfolio, but I would actually start to trim the position. I think it's fairly valued.
But you're trimming it because of that.
I'm trimming it because it's that.
Because of the run-up. Really interesting conversation. I feel like taps into a lot of what we're trying to figure out when it comes to whatever you call it, right? In terms of these interesting metrics about the impact or harm that different companies could do. Jason, thank you so much. Jason Britton, founder and chief investment officer at Reflection Asset Management.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Taking a look at markets right now, we're seeing green across the screen, except for the NASDAQ, just down fractionally on this Tuesday afternoon. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week.
Is it me or is work not working? At least, not the way it could work. Your people are buried in busy work. You might be thinking, can AI make it all work? It can. On the ServiceNow platform, AI transforms your entire business. Your people work better, your customers are happier, and Todd, well, he's practically euphoric. Practically. So, let's get to work.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
Especially for heavy industry. We're working on solutions in our own operations.
Like carbon capture and clean energy from hydrogen.
So who are we?
Believe it or not, ExxonMobil. And these solutions can help businesses like yours.
Or yours.
Or yours.
Heavy industry with low emissions. Let's deliver.
What's inside your ETF? Is the manager a jack of all trades? Is it run by an algorithm? With the Eaton Vance High Yield ETF, you know what's inside. Inside, you'll find thoughtful bond selection from fixed income specialists with bona fide active management credentials. Get to know what's inside EVHY, now available from Eaton Vance, the symbol of high yield done right.
Trains. Trains that sense what isn't on the schedule. Trains that use the power of Dell AI and Intel to see hundreds of miles of tracks, clearing the way so you arrive exactly where you belong.
I was really flattered. I said, well, Abe, what are the financials on this? And he handed them to me. He says, well, they're not making money. But I was still intrigued about team ownership.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
You need to have an AI game plan. We used to say that every company needs to think about becoming a software company. Now we say that every company needs to become an intelligent software company.
Context changes everything. Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Lazy Boy shares surging today. They are ripping higher now by 18.8%. ZB on the ticker. The furniture company reported fourth quarter adjusted EPS and sales. It did top estimates again. Worth repeating, Lazy Boy right now up by 18.8%. The home builder Lennar reported better than expected orders, but its forecast for deals in the current quarter missed analyst estimates. Lennar projected 20,500 to 21,000 new orders for the 3 months through August, less than the analyst consensus of 21,095. Lennar shares down now by 5% after the close of trading today. We will be hearing from KB Home. Best Buy is gearing up for one of the biggest product launches of the year, artificial intelligence computers. The retailer is training tens of thousands of its employees to sell and repair Microsoft's Copilot Plus PCs, the firm's new AI Windows laptops that went on sale today. Philip Morris International has stopped online sales of its popular nicotine pouch brand Zyn in the U.S. after receiving a subpoena in the District of Columbia relating to flavored products that are banned there. CEO Elon Musk says Tesla is working on offering stock-based compensation for top-performing employees. This according to a Reuters report. The announcement represents a reversal of sorts after Tesla paused merit-based equity awards last year as EV sales growth slowed and the company zeroed in on cost-cutting. Tesla shares today are trading lower. Right now, Tesla is down 1.5%. And those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris standing by in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. The House Ethics Committee has given an unusual public update into its long-running investigation of Florida Republican Representative Matt Gaetz, saying that its review now includes whether Gaetz engaged in sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, accepted improper gifts, and sought to obstruct government investigations. The committee also announced it was no longer reviewing for other allegations involving the congressman, including that he shared inappropriate images or videos with colleagues on the House floor. Gaetz has categorically denied all of the allegations before the committee. New York's top court has declined to hear Donald Trump's gag order appeal, leaving the restrictions in place following his felony conviction last month. The Court of Appeals today found the order does not raise substantial constitutional issues warranting its intervention. Now, it's just the latest legal setback for Donald Trump, but it could be short-lived. The trial judge is expected to rule soon on a defense request to lift that gag order. And to let you know, the 911 system across Massachusetts has gone down. Boston's mayor says they don't know why. They are working on it. She also suggests if there's an emergency, call the police directly or pull a firebox. Again, the 911 system across the entire state of Massachusetts is down. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec.
All right, Amy Morris, that's a little terrifying, especially if you're in the state of Massachusetts. So we'll continue to monitor and bring you any updates on that. Having said that, you and I were just thinking about the conversation we just had with Jason Britton, and we were talking about the evolution of ESG. He's done a rethink when it comes to sustainability-focused investing. We talked about Elon a little bit, and we brought up that we got to remember two sides to kind of every coin, two sides to every investment thought. Some might call what he does controversial, antics, not really love it. Some really agree with what he's doing in a big way. I mean, just look what happened last week at the annual shareholders meeting. Shareholders overwhelmingly approving that compensation package from 2018, $56 billion, the one that has been at the center of legal controversy, struck down by a Delaware judge earlier this year. They came out and almost gave it the same approval percentage, the same percentage of shares of votes yes, than they did back in 2018. I mean, different investors think differently, do it differently. Having said that, it kind of brings us to our one more thing that we just wanted to bring to you. This is a story that caught our attention. It has to do with Gen Z investors. It's a Bank of America survey that's come out. They're calling them the new rich. And basically what they're saying is that they are trading in some long-standing investing tactics for more crypto-heavy portfolios and a passion for collectibles. Sneakers, anyone? Okay, so let's get to the numbers here. 94% roughly of Gen Z and millennial investors are interested in collecting
collecting items. We're talking watches, rare cars, sneakers. It was the highest rate for any generation surveyed, with only 57% of baby boomers expressing interest in collectibles.
Yeah, and it just shows the gap between Gen Z and millennial investors and their baby boomer counterparts, according to the survey. Nearly 3/4 of wealthy younger Americans saying stocks and bonds alone cannot deliver above average returns, and the future of wealth is increasingly running through some more alternative investments. Another thing we talk about, like private credit, like pick your thing, real estate. Apparently, the one thing though that like all ages agree upon, real estate.
So they go to the office and have the company match their sneaker investment. How does that work?
You get another pair of laces, or if you have laces, right?
We'll match your investment in sneakers up to 8%.
That's your dividend.
Yeah.
Another pair of laces. All right, that's going to do it for this hour of Bloomberg Business Week. If you're watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. In the next couple of hours, though, on Business Week, we've got some cool stuff coming.
Yeah, we're talking about Boeing CEO who's facing a grilling on Capitol Hill. What you need to know from Bloomberg Intelligence. And also, Carol, it is the most read story on the terminal. Some groups in the South have had enough with migrants, and we're not talking about migrants from the southern border. We're going to explain.
They are done. Quick check on shares of Nvidia, as we said, overtaking Microsoft and Apple. Biggest market cap, up almost 4%. This is Bloomberg.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is the close.
Live from Studio 2 at Bloomberg headquarters in New York, it is Tuesday. I'm Alex Steele. Romaine will be joining us later on in the hour. Let's kick you off right here to the closing bell in the U.S. Let's be real. It's really just Nvidia's world, and we're just all living in it. And here you have it. We're on track for another record close for the S&P. That would make 31 this year if you are keeping count. The best performing sector, no doubt, is S&P Tech. And then you move lower, you got energy doing really well, and S&P Financial is doing really well, but none of them making a new record like Tech is. And I just want to point out, it is still a bond story here. You got yields down by about 6 basis points on the long end. There we have it. Let's get to some of the top stories right now within the markets. We are riding on a chip high. Nvidia getting a new Wall Street price target of $200 and a $5 trillion market cap call, while Bank of America adds Micron to its best investment ideas. The rising chip tide lifts the S&P to yet another record. And Citi's crown jewel, the bank, pumping it up its business services division at its investor day and forecasts a jump in investment banking fees for the second quarter. We're going to have more from our exclusive interview with Citigroup's Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mason. And it is the long duration play. Investors pile into that 20-year auction, the strongest bid to cover ratio since April, as retail sales disappoint and Fed officials preach patience on that rate cut. Let's circle back to the top story, and that's Nvidia taking the throne as the world's most valuable company. Bloomberg's Bailey Lipschultz joins us now. It is Nvidia's world, and we're living in it. Like, that's going to be what I say for the next hour and 10 minutes.
Alex, I feel like it's been that way for the last few months, though. Nvidia has more than doubled, more than tripled year to date. It's astounding. Right now, $3.35 trillion market value. It's added $2.1 trillion in market value this year. That's more than Amazon. That's more than Meta. That's more than Berkshire Hathaway. Really crushing expectations, and it's all about AI and what the future could bring and how Nvidia is going to take us there.
Walk us through the Rosenblatt Securities upgrade, because that was like the today catalyst.
That was the today catalyst. The interesting thing, the new price target implied a 53% increase from the last close. Really the interesting thing, though, from that analyst is saying the real narrative lies in the software that they say complements all the hardware goodness. So we've talked at length about AI chips, about how that's really driving Nvidia higher. Now it almost kind of reminds me of when you looked at Aapl becoming a services company. Maybe now the software component going to be the next leg higher. But again, $5 trillion value almost in the next year.
Yeah, that's not nothing. And the Apple services thing, though, didn't work out so well. It's still, in essence, just a hardware company if you get right to it. We also had a partnership between Nvidia and HPE. That was yet another catalyst later in the afternoon. What is this partnership?
Yeah, when you look at that, it really kind of just adds to the potential for Nvidia. It's not kind of a complete shock, and we've seen Nvidia really making a number of partnerships. That's really been the thing when you look at a company like an OpenAI and some of the catalysts that we've seen for that company where everyone wants to be a part of it. So it is interesting, and it did move shares higher, but it does really seem like the momentum fear is continuing to play out when you look at AI software, and that's what that HP partnership really kind of is built on, is AI software, and what that can drive, again, for a company that is up 3.5%, which is not anything small for the world's largest company.
No, and at one point you had Hewlett-Packard Enterprise hitting a 52-week high on that. And it's not just Nvidia, like it is its world, and we are living in it, but Micron, for example, also having an incredible run, earnings coming next week, Bank of America listing it on one of its top calls in the U.S. market. Broadcom also continues to fire on all those cylinders as well.
A lot of excitement around chips and a lot of excitement around companies who are striking the balance on AI. When you look at how an Nvidia, how an AMD, how a Micron are trading and compare that to Intel, which is really struggling to kind of adapt to this new AI world with their investment in Foundry, investors are buying the winners. It's going to be interesting to see how things continue to play out, especially as it relates to semis, the SOX index, and this AI trend. But it does seem like betting on the winners has been proving to be a terrific bet. And when you look at the expectations for Nvidia to continue to grow, they've been crushing expectations for the last few years.
Woo!
We're waiting for a pullback, but
one quick second here, almost there.
No matter how many times we talk about overbought conditions. Hey, Bailey, thanks a lot. He's also getting married this week, so happy marriage. Have a great wedding. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Bailey Lipschultz.
You got somebody getting married on TV?
Now is Chris Ailman, Chief Investment Officer over at CalSTRS. Hey, Chris, it is Nvidia's world. We're just living in it, and we just keep saying that every time we seem to talk. Does that make you nervous, or does that make you feel good?
1 minute here.
It always makes you nervous. Think of the fact that it's grown the size of Microsoft. That's crazy. And, you know, I have to say, Alex, it reminds me a lot of Intel in the 90s, where you had Intel millionaires. My neighbor had Intel, and, you know, suddenly he was going to retire rich. It is amazing, but the story can't grow forever. Right now, it's just pure optimism, and that's okay. It is the new future. But let's remember, there are 2,999 other stocks in the U.S. market.
All right.
And those are the ones that matter. The economy is what matters. We don't eat Nvidia for dinner. We don't fly on Nvidia airplanes. So there are other things that matter a ton when you're a long-term investor and you own the USA.
I mean, we don't fly in Nvidia airplanes yet. Let's just keep that in mind. So if we wind up coming off the boil here when it comes to, say, chips and tech, do you feel like that money just drains?
Man, breaky time. Hold on. Sorry, I got to do something here in the background.
I think right now we're due for the summer doldrums, frankly. You know, tech can continue, but look at what we're seeing today. A record new high, but by a centimeter or a millimeter. I mean, just tiny fractions higher.
Hey, we're gonna turn that off because I don't think that guy knows what he's talking about. Hold on 1 second here. What am I looking for? Oh, dude, seriously, stop. I'm like clicking buttons and then like it reacts afterwards. All right. Trigger screen. All right. Clear all that. Bring all this up. No, get rid of that. All right. This is 4 p.m. Expectations into the bell. Or even into, well, we got tomorrow off, right? So this is going to be good for today or even on, wait a minute, today's Tuesday, right? Hold on a second, we're in the wrong time frame. 9 o'clock. Now, I think this happens today, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to say something to you right now. I think we hit 500 today by 4 p.m. But I'm going to draw it out for Monday at 9:30. Or not Monday, sorry, Wednesday at 9:30. We're going to come back down in here. And then 452 and change thereafter. Right up here. So this is my expectation for today. We sell down tomorrow and then back, or Thursday and then back up. Thursday is kind of a weird one. I think we might fake this out on Thursday and like blood down and then go back up. So I'm going to do an alternate count for you on Thursday afternoon at 2:30 in the... Wait a minute here. Hold on a second here. $1 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock. Right there, and then up there. Just like that. Now, I think that this happens today. Personally, I think it happens between now and the close today. You're going to go straight up to 350 or 550 into this bell. And if you don't believe me, why would I be saying that? Hold on a second here. Why would I be saying that for today? Why do I think we're going up here today? Because it's Vixperation. I think we're not done going up. We got the high today earlier right here. This guy on Bloomberg is saying, yeah, but he's saying, yeah, you got the new high, but not by a lot, right? This could have been the Vixperation high, but I'm not believing it. And I'm going to explain to you why here in just a minute. Give me just a second here. I'm going to show you why. Give me just a second here. Now, the only real issue I have here is timing. Give me one quick second here. I'll bring this up. Right here. This right here is the March Vixperation. Can I do any text here? This is March. Vixperation right here. Now, we did make a move higher. See this nice sideways action we had all day long today? I'll bring this up closer for you to see. Now, we did get this new high right here, come back down, and a jump higher, but it started at 2:30 in the morning. And we ran this fucker up all the way, baby. Now, we're closed tomorrow. And I can't guarantee this happens today. But I want you to note here that You've got the big squeeze right here, right? Whoomp. Come back down. And expectation of a blood-curdling rip to the upside into the bell. So I'm going to assume that most of you are thinking to yourself, he's fucking crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, we don't have Wednesday here. And the slow drifting down into, this would be the close, right? The slow drifting down into the rest of the week. So this is March Vixperation. No guarantee this happens today. There's no guarantee of repeating. But when we try to murder the VIX, intentionally murder the VIX into Vixperation, I'm always looking for that ramp into the bell. So let's go to the trigger screen really quick where we are. And so when I say to you that I am expecting a motherfucking ramp to 550, and this looks insane to you, probably looks insane to you into the end of the day today. What's that? Sirens, whispering what? I'm sorry, I'm trying to read your chat right now. Woot woot, let us go. We tried to zig, but they zagged and left for the weekend. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. So this was the first tag up here, and we should have some kind of a move up higher into this bell right now. If it does, you'll never doubt. This happens on the show all the time. This happens on the show once or twice a week. So, so we will watch this into the close and see what happens between now and then. But I think we also come back down to trade 552 again from 545 on Thursday. I just showed it to you the last time it happened. Don't be telling me what can and can't happen in this market. The only issue that I got for this week is the one down day. We've got the one closed market day this week, which kind of throws things off. You could say it happened yesterday, Cap, and today is just a retest of that yesterday high. But Vixperation is today. So I don't know what happens today. I don't know if it happens or not, but this is the first pull down that did take place in the last expiration. As of right now, it looks like it is going to happen. So I'm going to sit here and wait and watch for it. Now, let me ask you a question. I want you to tell me in the chat, do you think it's not going to happen? Tell me in the chat. I'm here. Tell me in the chat it's not going to happen. Okay, Primal Elias. Boat Rush. Knuckin' Futz, you're on that boat. It's okay to be on the boat. Tazo saying Thursday. Wait a minute. Slow down. PvP. Okay, I'm watching. I don't know if it's going to happen. But I sure as shit know there's people out there saying it ain't going to happen. Demo. Okay, not going to happen, right? Jason Myers. Hey, don't leave. I'll go back and look at this chat. I was reading some of it here a moment ago. I'm watching you. I showed you that march and you just said, oh, fuck, huh? You said, oh, fuck. You sure, right? You sure it's not going to happen, right? I want fucking names. I want fucking names right now. Who was in there saying it wasn't going to happen? I want fucking names. I want to know who not to trust. I got fucking 6 names here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There were more names. Give me them. Cough them up. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. I got to take this call. Hold on. I'm on the phone with the pool leveler guys. Hold on 1 second. I'm literally on the phone with like a construction guy. I can't tell the construction guy that I'm yelling on a stream at you guys. I want your names. I want your names. I'm like, did I let it slip? I'm like, I'm doing a show. I apologize. And the guy's like, huh? I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go. It's like what's the name of the show? The guy with Jack Nicholson. I want your names. You can't handle the truth. I want to see if we can do it. So we'll stay here. I'm going to leave it right here. Hold on 1 second here. So anyways, my take here is 550. I think we can do it before close or by 6 p.m. or 9 p.m. or whatever. We're going up there, and we're going to murder this fucking VIX. It's 3:21 right now. We got 40 minutes left to do it. But there's a lot of bearishness in this fucking crowd. And there was a lot of bearishness yesterday, too. There was bearishness yesterday that was the high, and it was not. There was bearishness today that this was the high, and we are, the high was 548.62 today. Boop, right there. And there's motherfuckers saying they're short right now. So I want to see what's what and who's who. Because they always come out afterwards and say, oh, I closed short, bro. I closed short. I took it from that tick right there, right down to that tick. Then I took this tick down to that tick. Then I took that tick down to that tick. So I want to know what happens into this close today. I want to see if we bleed out into this close. I don't know if we do. I've said that earlier, too, right? We're short a day. I think I've said that 16 times today. I think I even said it in my brief last night, too. But we're going to see what happens between now and this motherfucking close. And I got motherfucking names. And I'm going to tell you something. If we go up there and we trade that fucking 550 at 4 p.m., I'm taking all your names. I'm going to put them on a board back here. I'm going to write a big-ass fucking painting with your name on it. And I'm going to write at the top, suspect. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that to you, I promise. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't be that much of a dick. Winky, Pinky, make a mark in this broadcast just in case it happens so I can post it on TikTok for all the fucking kids out there. I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you guys. I would never do that shit. Do it, Winky. God damn kids. Let's see what happens. We got time, baby. I got time on my hands. I got 40 minutes. I got how many minutes I got left? 37 minutes. Let's see what happens. Let's talk about your shorts. We ain't going down to the close right now, are we? Show you that March Vixperation, and all of a sudden you shit your pants. You're like, oh, fuck. He might be right. Swinging your dicks in here and shit. Take 5 minutes off. Got to talk to a pool guy. No, I'm sober. I'm sober. I had one beer today. This thing's fucking full. Look, it's full. I'll show you the tip. That's full right there. It's full. It's been like 2 hours. I've had one beer, a PBR. I'm sober as fuck, guys. Sober as fuck. I fucking eat this shit all day long. What do you think I do all day long? Fucking work on goddamn stock market. Fucking from fucking 6 a.m. until fucking 3 in the morning. I got faith in this. It might not happen, but I got faith in it. I'll tell you what, though, I ain't fucking bearish. No fucking way am I bearish. Not on Vixperation Day. I think if we were selling down into Vixperation Day, like if this quarter was bearish, I would expect SPY to fucking blood down to the depths of hell today. And I would expect VIX to max out today. And we would make the VIX go to the fucking boom to the sky. So I would be on the opposite side of this trade on a bearish quarter. That's where I would be. So, it's not that I'm not a bear or I'm a bull or anything like that. Uh-oh. 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 Am I getting naked on stream? Oh! Oh! Wait a minute. What are you doing right now? Don't be doing that to me. Don't be teasing me. Don't be teasing me, Spoos. Chill, bro. Chill. Chill, bro. Chill, Spoos. Chill. Calm down, Daddy. Calm down. I closed my shorts, bro. I fucking closed my shorts. Fuck you. You closed your shorts. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Still short, right? Till it goes down the next time. Still short. Check it in. I'm still short. Get the fuck out of here. Let's see what happens. Well, the plan is, if I'm still short, I just don't say anything until the next time it's down. Then I show up and I go, I was short the entire time, bro. Yeah, I went through the entire thing. It was crazy. Call my fucking broker up and he held me all weekend. Oh! Oh! What's that? Whoa! 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 Wrong way, Spoos! Wrong way, Spoos! Fucking guys on fucking Bloomberg. He's like, yeah, you got the new high, but it was only by a fucking tick. That's all it was, just a tick. It was just a tick, you know? Just a tick. Don't worry about it. Just a tick. If we fucking go up there, though, I don't know that we do, but if we do go up there, oh, dude. Let me climb that wall of worry into the fucking close. Watch it climb up from 4 to 6 p.m. Watch it climb up to 9 p.m. Yeah, dude, I called my broker. He held me right into Monday open. Let me get out on fucking Friday. You're probably like, what the fuck's he doing? We're going to crash into the close. Like 15 minutes ago, you guys are talking about burning into the close. Trading 548 right now. $2 away from 550. $2. Fucking savages out there. Fucking turn on me in a dime. I swear to God, I'm not no goddamn captain in the Navy or the Army. I'm a fucking captain of pirates. Look at this shit. Look at this right here. Savages out there trying to sell it. Rage selling right now. You guys are fucking pirates. You guys will fucking throw me off the boat the first chance you get. Yeah, that motherfucker was wrong. Send him over there. Send him on the plank. Pull the plank in so he falls in the ocean. That's all right if you're a bear. You can chime in. I said earlier you could do your bear shit. Yeah, I told you earlier you could do your bear memes and shit like that. I like bears, but I love fucking with you too. 3:30 right now. New half an hour, right? We know about the 15-minute and the half an hours. We know that each half an hour matters. You can see right now they're trying to sell it on the half an hour. We need these bulls to step right in and run this bad boy up into the bell. 1 half an hour until the close. If they pin it, I'll be pissed. I will be pissed if they pin it. I'm not going to lie. I'd rather they sell it down to the depths of hell and be wrong than they fucking pin this thing sideways. I think the Bears would even agree with me on that one. You want blood, or you don't want sideways. You want blood. You need to throw it out the plank right now? I'm on close and a high up here. Close that at 550. Do me right into the bell. Here, we'll leave this up right here. I'm going to switch back to the main screen. Let's see what's going on. Oh, shit. Hold on a second here. I got to empty my diaper. My underwear. Hold on a second here. Break time, be right back. Move that over. Nope, wrong one. If we squeeze up into this close, I'm going to fucking ball. I'm going to laugh to the fucking ends. I'm going to laugh to the fucking ends of the days. This might be the most epic one. Who's short out there? I want names. I'm writing them down right now. It depends. Yeah, sideways sucks. We don't want no sideways here. This ain't no fucking option seller stream. We have option sellers in our Discord that are amazing. Like John L's an option seller. He's a badass. We're the stream is about bulls and bears. We want blood or we want green or red blood, period. Oh no, if we squeeze, dude, I'm getting shit faced tonight. I'm gonna get on Twitter. And I'm gonna shit all over FinTwit. I'm gonna drag my balls across FinTwit. My giant fucking balls. Jedi Marcus will be right behind me, fucking dragging his ass across FinTwit too. Oh, I know. He'll do the same thing. If there were like two contrarians out there, I think it's him and I. We're like pretty fucking contrarian. People on Finter are like, why is he all bared up right now? I thought he was a bull. Oh, nice. That's awesome, Sauce. That's great that he did podcast. I did not see that. I will have to see that. I will have to see that podcast. We trade sideways. It sucks. Then the next day it moves. Yeah, we could do this closer to after the bell. But I am expecting the melt up into the bell. I am expecting the ramp up into the bell, just like crazy stupid. Just a moment here. We're going to get rid of some of these sellers here and try to ramp it into the bell. Currently trading 547.94. 334. We're losing time here. We don't have a lot of time left. Somebody tell Miro to get the hedge off. Tell him I need 20 minutes. Tell him I need 20 minutes to go moon. Oh! Come on. Show me the skirt. Give me an upside grope. Give me an upside grope. Grope it for me up there. Lift your skirts up, boys. Lift up your skirts. Show me where your shorts are. Fucking some schmuck on fucking Bloomberg. Fuck that guy. I'm serious on that one. Fuck those guys. You think they don't put their pants on like you and I? You think that guy eats and shits this stuff all day long? Fuck no, he doesn't. He goes to the Hamptons. Where are we at right now? What are we trading right now? What are we trading? SPY trading 548.20. I guarantee there's somebody out there that's like, sweep the leg, sweep the leg. Bring out the murder bot at fucking 345. Yeah, I think they murder the fuck out of this into the close. Vixperation, dude. Kill the fucking Vix. Why wouldn't you want to kill the fucking Vix on Vixperation Day? Are you fucking skull? You want to murder the Vix, get a nice roll over and down to the don't you guys understand that? You got to kill the Vix. You got to get some rotation going. It's like mechanics of the stock market. I'm telling you, people are like, God, how do you not realize you want that? You want the market to rip faces off so that you can have a nice pullback. High so far after 3 p.m. is 548.20. We get lots of everybody's short, I was told a few minutes ago. I was on the phone briefly, and I guess everybody's short. No, they closed them. They closed short, right? Everybody's short right now, right? That's what I was told. Everybody was short. Trading 548.11 right now. Everybody was short. Everybody was short. A lot of talking going on. Gotta go. I had to empty my fucking diaper. I had a Depends on, a diaper on, and dirty underwear. I had to go empty them. I got a rash now. I had to sprinkle butt powder down my butt crack. Now I got like poofs of white powder popping up. You wouldn't hear this on CNBC, would you? We got Captain Jim James on today. He's running a little late. He's changing his piss bottle right now. We'll have to delete these videos if I ever decide to clean my act up for the big time. We'll put him in the vault. I swear to God, years ago, that guy was a fucking monster. It was crazy. He thought he deleted all the videos, but I kept them. I got a beta tape collection of them in the basement. High so far, 548. 20, I believe. God, this is making my fucking eyes bleed. This is sideways, right? We could call this sideways, right? This isn't up yet. It's not down either. It looks like it's just fucking grinding here. Look at it. Come on, baby. Break on through to the other side. Should I get some music going for it to break on through? I should make like a video where I'm like writing a Dear Diary. I'm like, Dear Diary, I'm going to start a career streaming the Old Man Index spoos. I'm going to curse and, or no, because one day I want to be on CNBC. And then I scratch it all out. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck that. I ain't doing any of that. The Old Man Index. I want to teach young people to trade memes. Scratch all that out. No, I'm going to teach them how to trade SPY. Ooh. Ooh. That's all-time highs right there, right? What is that? That's all-time highs right there? That's all-time high, right? Did I got that right? That's all-time high, right? Hot tub streams at night. Oh, God. I couldn't imagine sitting in a room with a hedge fund. I'd be shit-talking that. I'd probably be in a fist fight once a week, right? Fuck that guy over there. Fuck Jim. He can suck my balls. Throwing fucking paper airplanes over the fucking... Fist Fight Fridays. You know, who used to say that shit was like Bob Kendall. Bob Kendall used to tell stories about how he was an market maker, a hedge fund. He was worked in hedge funds and shit. And they'd be like, you know, Bob Kendall doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Fucking Bob Kendall was right like 95% of the time. Trading up 549.19, 548.22, 548.20, 548.23, 62 is the all-time high. Less than 40 to 50 cents away from all-time highs once again, being told no. No, we will not squeeze up into the bell. We will not squeeze up after the bell. We will not squeeze up into Thursday. Everybody's short. And they're going to blood this thing into the bell. That's what they were telling me. We're going to blood the bell. We know that everybody's in puts, right? Everybody was in puts yesterday. We can see them. We can see the puts come out. We can see them come out yesterday. We can see them come out today. They've been in puts past 2 days. All these bears, they're getting burned right now. They're not happy. They want that blood, and they want it bad. They want it really bad. Emotional, ready to go. No love, no joy for bears for a long time, right? Bears haven't had really anything. I've had hedges on this market. I've had puts in this market. They paid, and then they burned. They paid and burned, paid and burned, paid and burned. So anyone out there saying they make money on puts, there's no fucking way you did. No fucking way. Maybe a little bit, but not normal. This market's been cranking. Fucking cranking. Quarter's almost over, though. They want some blood. The PE ratio is at this inflection point. Did you guys see it? I posted it on FinTwit yesterday. We're right at the top, like the top of a bull run or like a normal bull cycle. We're right at the top of it. Whenever we break above here in PE ratios, you guys know what happens, right? We get a crazy bubble run, right? You've heard people say that we're in a bubble. I hear people say it all the time. We're in a bubble. We're in a bubble. We're in a bubble. And I'm like, not technically we aren't. And they're like, well, we're in a bubble in Nvda. I'm like, yeah, but the stock market isn't as a whole. The stock market's not in a bubble. We can be in a bubble. If the PE ratio goes higher, we would be in a bubble of sorts. We'd be in a, late stage bull run that would be crazy, right? We would. We're right at that crest right now. We're like right at the doorway. And the last time that we were here, we were rejected. We were rejected the last time we were here. So I'm assuming that there's some bears out there that think, and I can't blame them for thinking that either. I can't blame them for that. If I was a bear, I would be looking at that PE ratio saying, well, fuck, this is probably the top of the market. If I had like that bear thesis, I would be thinking that. But I don't think that. I think that they know. I think that market participants, like banks and shit, I think that they know that this is the last hurrah. Things are gonna get messy. Not now, but they're gonna. We're gonna break shit at some point next year or two. We're gonna start breaking shit. So run this fucker up, clean it out. Seems to be what we do in these situations. We run it up really high, and then we get that bloodbath. So I don't know if that's December. I don't know if that's 2026. I know it's in that. I know people are gonna be looking for it around then. Let me ask you that question. Let me ask you two-part question if you're out there. Are you, number one, do you think that this is the market top? If you saw that PE ratio, do you think that this is the top? This is it. We're rolling the market down. It's done. We're going to go back to what? A bottom at a 12 PE ratio, 14 PE ratio, something like that. Let me ask you that question. And then let me ask you the next question. This one's for bulls. So that one's for bears. So let me ask you a question as a bull. Do you think the market top is in December to March? Or do you think it could run to 2026? Let me ask you that question. Sideways, baby. We haven't done shit. This ain't good enough here. This isn't good enough. Not good enough for me. That's not a win for me. I'm not going to, that's an L for me. This isn't good enough. We need to rip faces off into this close, so we don't have a lot of time left. It's 3:47 right now. But this ain't a win for Bears either. I'm not giving you the win either. I'll give this to Theta Gang at this point. But this definitely isn't bear or bull win. I'm expecting the fucking ramp into the close. And you were expecting selling into the close. That did not happen either. Hold on, I'm missing some of what you're saying. I'm missing some of you guys. Hold on a second. I'm missing what some of you guys are saying. Not top. After the elections. Quarter way through the next presidency. Consumers rolling over. We're close to the end of the run, but I'm on board with the end of the year. So it looks like Bears are saying they're open to the end of the year run at least. Oh, I'm trying to show this to you guys better. It seems like bears are saying they would concede end of year. It looks like because of the election, maybe. I don't know. There's some expectation here, right, that we have election volatility. That would roll us down, right? Even if we were to squeeze up for July, let's say we went higher to July 19th, we come down and then we go to July 19th higher, and then you get your big roll down. That would send us packing on that PE ratio on a higher time frame. Man, those are small line movements over a month period. Does anyone out there think it could last to 2026? Do any of you think the bull run could extend to 2026? You do. I'm unsure about that. Not just unsure, I'm afraid of it. I don't know if I could trade it. I have real concerns about my competency to trade it. I don't know if I'd be paralyzed with fear or not. I have to think it through over the next few months, next 6 months or so. I would be not really afraid, just I don't want to get in at the wrong time. Ooh, they're blooding us right now. 349 right now, a little bit of blood here. Trading 547.77. I would need I want to be out by December, maybe March. Out, like cash rich, but I don't know what my thought process is going to be into some wild like the IRS wants to go after corporations for pass-through entities. I don't care how you stand on that issue, but it does impact bottom line. So I want to tell you guys something. It's like you get the Main Street hat, and then you get the trader hat, right? Let me listen to this closely. I have my Main Street hat that says this should happen and that should happen, right? Then I got my trader hat. And my trader hat is scared shitless because you're starting to hammer on corporate profits, and they pass that on to you. They don't absorb that. They'll take a hit for it in trading, but ultimately, Main Streeters pay for that. You might not believe that, but that's true. From a trader's perspective, it'll be down for the market, some doom and gloom and shit, but it's more trading. But then ultimately, those costs are passed on to you. When you snatch the cocaine out of a company's hands, we end up paying for it. They don't care if they go bankrupt doing it either. Like, they just don't give a fuck. They'll just go work somewhere else or start a new company, or give you something shittier. So when you see shitty jeans or shitty product or shitty service, it's all comes back to greed and higher profits. And there's all-time highs once again. So I wonder about that stuff. I wonder about that stuff next year, the year after. So let's say Biden wins. I'm a Democrat, by the way. If Biden wins and they keep funding this IRS stuff, where they start to cut off these companies from hiding profits, if they change the tax code for pass-through entities, I think ultimately that hurts the consumer down the road. I know it sucks to say that. I don't want to say that, because you don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it either, but you know what else is crazy about that is, did you see the other thing about Trump that Bloomberg put out, where Trump was going to do something, has some kind of tax plan that hurts the consumer too? Lower and middle income class people end up paying more. I'll have to pull that one up for you. Look, it feels like they're all going to tax. Like, this feels like it doesn't matter if it's Trump or Biden. Ray Dalio talks about this. He talks about late stage long-term debt cycles. The government just taxes the fuck out of corporations. And then these corporations pass it along to you, and the damage is done indirectly to you. They end up washing you out of the system one way or another. Trading 548.26 right now. 28 right now. 33. 43. 45. Go ahead, say it. Go ahead. 43. Sup out there. What's up? Sup out there. What's up out there? Oh, you dirty fuckers. They're so pissed. They're so mad right now. Dealers, stop. Stop.
Everybody knows when to go. Big boys don't cry.
Big boys don't cry, do they?
I know this will last about 8 minutes. 8 seconds. Oh, yeah. No, but the thing is, I've got to invest money, so I'm going to try to take it out.
Put Patrol, I like that. Like Paw Patrol. Or do we play this one instead? happened there? What the hell is this? This song. No idea what this is. Oh yeah, I know what this is. Like these sellers trying to come in right now. You see them? Woo! Woo! Look at that big red bar right there. Woo! Woo! 1 minute left. They said we were burning the close, didn't they? That's what they said. Give me the last bar! All-time highs, but let's see if they do it after the bell. I'll see all of you on Thursday. Remember, they told you that we were going to sell this close. I don't count this as a win, though, either. This is bullshit. I wanted 550 and didn't get it. I want 550 by open on Thursday. Thank you for playing. We did not sell the close, though. I'm going to call this one even. The high just before the close, 548.54. Definitely not selling the bell. I'll see you all on Thursday at 5:50. I live in Detroit, Michigan. If you know me and you live here in Detroit, Michigan, I'm going to see you tomorrow. We're going to have a blast. Cannot wait to hang out with my best friends here in this town tomorrow. Juneteenth, baby. Hope you all get to have fun.